hello. Hello, hello. Yeah. I'm doing my comic. You can get a sneak peek into my comic, my manga for the contest. I'm doing it. The manga, how do you like it? How do you like it? Can you even see it? You can see it. How do you like the comic? Whoa. Crazy, huh? Oh. I'm just on page 3 and I need to make 22. So consider donating or subscribing. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, I have to do something. Bull? Oh, alright. Now he's popping out of the page. Alright. It's looking good. So far so good. Alright. How do you write? Boo? Wow. Is it cool? Bullshit, bullshit? It's hot. You know what I mean? I need to get some color. Oh my gosh, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Yeah. I'm not sure if I will win, but you know what? I will do my best. It's gonna be difficult because I'm on page 3 and I need 22 pages, you know? That's gonna be tight. I have to hurry up. There's so much work every single day, you know? Yeah. Tight. host if you've never worked before. I am. I got a million microbes eating the bombs. What? Wait. Wrong. Wrong quote. I got a million microbes eating the bomb's wiring. Hey, where are the viewers? Malaki? Why don't you bring in traffic to the stream? Five AM, it's perfect. 5 AM, it's perfect. You know who streams at 5 AM? Ico Rules! Do you know? Did you know this about me? Did you know my secret? Actually, let's see if Ico is streaming. Ico Rules? What's something stupid? Something stupid. Who's live right now? Apart from me? Wait. My mouse froze. What the hell? Do you understand my feelings? Alright. Where's the... Okay. Live. Who's live right now? Final Fantasy VII. Chill stream. 15 people. Devil May Cry. Sebastian Stawiński? Who the hell is this? Who is Sebastian Stawiński?
No, no. No.
Someone's streaming and it's like someone screaming at the person from the background. It's like one micro streamer watching another micro streamer. Okay, whatever. Let's holy fuck, 1,000 people are watching this person. Guess nobody's streaming. President Sunday is streaming right now? No way. Why does it say that President Sunday is streaming right now? Listen, I have to get more people in the seats. Art and music will not get me people in the seats. Why does it say that President Sunday is streaming? What do you mean? No, it won't. No, it won't. Nobody likes music. Nobody likes art. God is dead. What the hell? Why is it slowing down so much? God is dead. Did you know this about me? Did you know my secret? What the fuck? Oh no. Put art on Twitch? What do you mean put art on Twitch? It is on Twitch. The art is everywhere. What? Okay, we're gonna watch this.
Do JRPG fans have a persecution
Jesus Christ. Why do Western JRPG fans hate Expedition 33? Expedition 33? We're gonna watch my favorite hater. We're gonna watch my favorite hater content creator. This guy. You know? He's my favorite hater content creator. And I wanna watch Sebi or something. He hates on Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Remake, so that's why I like him. It's like he sniffs my niche, you know? You know what I mean? He sniffs my niche. You know what I mean? Wait, where's Twitch? My Twitch, sorry. What do you want me to do? Okay, what do you want me to do? Oh, category. Art. There's no art. Artisan. Arts challenge. I guess that's arts challenge. Art academy. Maybe manga. Oh, well, never mind. Comic book. Art and craft. Oh my god, what category do you want me to make? Sorry? I don't see art category in this. Oh, okay. Alright, I can put this. Alright, it's on Twitch. Hello. Unknown Sinead, is your live chat up? Yes. Do I play D&D? Why D&D? Why do you ask about D&D? I had a chatter in the on Twitch. Yeah, I saw. Yes, my live chat is why are you asking about D&D though? I don't get it. I mean, sure, sometimes I play D&D once or twice. I like Warhammer more though. Warhammer. You know what I mean? Do you understand my feelings? Okay. Okay, let's watch the hater. My favorite hater.
complex, especially when it comes to Clair Obscur Expedition 33.
Expedition.
Apparently so. Guillaume Broche, the director of Clair Obscur Expedition 33 from Sandfall, there was a video where he goes through a lot of his favorite games. The usual suspects are melting down on Twitter, as you can see, and so we will be going through a few of these tweets and discussing this here on SebiWebs TV. People were adding me about this non-stop, as if this was something like a...
Oh my god, I am muted stream. Now it's like endless echo. 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 Muted stream. Now it's like... Oh my god. There you go. That was my gift to you. My incompetence as a streamer. Yeah, but we're watching my favorite hater. I mean, I can make the art bigger. Oh my god, I can make the art bigger. Calm down. But I still have to watch my favorite hater.
sucked in. I'm like, I don't see the problem with this. For example, it started with this. Claire Obscure, Expedition 33 director Guillaume Broche considers Kingdom Hearts 2 among his top 5 games ever, and previously stated that Atelier series, super anime by the way, is one of his favorites. Ahem, at Sebi Webs. Oh jeez! What am I gonna do? Whoa! I thought the story and the gameplay in Kingdom Hearts 1 was great. I had a great time with it.
What?
You can see, and the game Atelier series 2. This. Claire Obscure, Expedition 33 director Guillaume Broche considers Kingdom Hearts 2 among his top 5 games ever, and previously stated that Atelier series, super anime by the way, is one of his favorites.
Okay. What?
Ahem, at Sebi Webs. Oh jeez, what am I gonna do? Whoa! I thought the story and the gameplay in Kingdom Hearts 1 was great. I had a great time with it. You can see on my VODs, man, where I'm like, I think I did that whole Colosseum, the Hercules Colosseum bit. Love that part. I remember soy facing at the scene where Jafar, Maleficent, and Hades are all around a table scheming about how they're going to take you down. I was like, bro, this is literally top 10 anime crossover, but in the Disney world. I got lost in every world, that's true, and I got annoyed about that, but I thought this was a very good game. I thought Kingdom Hearts 2's story was less balanced. I didn't like it as much, but I thought the combat was very good. And I've said this since I streamed both games in 2024. Don't take my word for it. Go watch the VODs yourself. These people say that my opinion is turn-based good, action bad, but they ignore the fact that I streamed Devil May Cry 1 to 5 for like a month straight. Nothing else. Said that Devil May Cry 5 was one of the best games I've ever played, that Virgil is one of the best inventions in video game history. I made like 50 shorts talking about how amazing I thought it was too. You know, they ignored all of that because it hurts their little narrative of me that like turn-based good, action bad. You can put counter evidence in their face and they'll just ignore it. For people who love reading games, there's a lot who can't read. And they don't even know what they're arguing against. And yeah, Rent Free doesn't even begin to describe it. You have no idea how many people are adding me, being like, sucked in, Sebi. I'm like, I like this game. Even if I didn't like the game, it doesn't matter. Like, we're not the same people. It's whatever. Here is some of the promo art for the Kingdom Hearts streams I did a while back. I think this is rather good. I think she's looked a bit better, but Goofy with a blunt right there, Billy with a concerned look on his face, and Donald Duck being a full mallard. I think I worked quite hard on this, but I think I should have at least given them the iconic hair. There's, you see, I upped my game for Kingdom Hearts 2. Mickey Mouse, Mickey's just a Warhammer Skaven. Goofy's still got his blunt. Donald Duck is looking rather photorealistic. Billy's rather unimpressed as usual, and there's, you know, the usual suspects down there at the bottom. Anyway, he responded with this. This guy just follows me around on Twitter with just some absurd takes, but sometimes he means well. I follow most of your videos and I watch your gameplay for Kingdom Hearts 2. I didn't say you hate Kingdom Hearts, but there's other videos where you mention KH and anime, look in a negative way, while praising E33. So I found it funny that the director himself was opposite your opinions. So I just had to clarify, and this is part of the reason I'm making this video, is to just clarify this. I think Kingdom Hearts should stay Kingdom Hearts. I think Final Fantasy should stay Final Fantasy. Mixing Kingdom Hearts with Final Fantasy results in FF7 Remake. Alright, yes. We got Whispers, we got Heartless, we got timeline changing fate ghosts, alternate timelines, and all this shenanigans, alright? You know I'm not a fan of that. I like anime, but anime acting only works in cartoon. It doesn't work in live action or realistic 3D. Why? Because cartoon is stylized. It allows us to suspend our disbelief. Your brain just knows it's not real. While realistic 3D mimics real life, and it requires a more naturalistic style of acting. Look, man, you don't have to like me or agree with me, but at least know what my arguments are before you try to make me look stupid. Wait. You can tell I'm kind of a bit over this at this point. Yeah, he's showing off all the games that Expedition 33 players hate from the bottom of their heart. It's like, oh my god, it's frying me. Again, this is the persecution complex that a lot of JRPG fans have. No one hates these games. No one hates Xenoblade or Persona, and no one hates you for playing them, alright? They just don't appeal to them. The reason a lot of JRPG fans think E33 players hate JRPGs is because of this sequence of events, and I've made a tweet about this and a video about this before. It goes like this. Someone plays Clair Obscur, and they're like, oh my god, this is amazing! This is so fun! Then the JRPG Mafia shows up, and they say, you fucking tourist! You fake fan! Xenoblade Octopath was better! You hate Japan, and I hate you! Why did you... And it just goes like that. And it's like, why don't you like this anime game?
By the way, Xenogears is better than Xenoblade, okay? Xenoblade sucks compared to Xenogears. There you go.
Instead. And it's just like, I don't think that's a bad game. It didn't appeal to me. It just didn't grab me. I don't hate it. Like, why? Why don't you want to play Xenopath Traveler instead of Clair Obscur? Why? I demand answers. I demand explanation right now. And then you're forced to explain, well, I mean, it just looked a bit kiddish. I didn't think the voice acting didn't grab me, which is true for a lot of English dubs. Or I tried playing it, but the pacing was sluggish as hell. Yeah, or it just didn't grab me, art style. And then the JRPG Mafia. Oh my god! You hate JRPGs! Oh my god, I'm being colonized! It's colonization 33 of Uwu Sugoi! That's kind of how the conversation went. No one hates these games. Catherine Full Body is so good. See, I've heard this game is good. My own community has said that I should play this, and if I'm in the mood for an anime game...
It's a puzzle game.
Maybe, because I hear this game has some crazy ideas and execution and stuff. My favorite game... Tales game, Tales of Vesperia. Now, you know how I know that this is probably good for this genre of game? Because my viewers will not stop telling me to play this, alright? Tales, whatever it is, people are always saying, please play this. So I assume that for anime JRPGs, these must be good. There's a reason people will not stop talking about this. Typically, Shin Megumi Tensei, Digital Devil Saga 2. Sorry, whenever I hear Shin Megumi Tensei, I think of its Lolo.
Tensei.
Some guy with a katana and a fedora. Again, people say Shin Megami Tensei is excellent for this genre, for this series and stuff. Now, the thing is, right, just because these are very good for anime games doesn't mean that, like, anime has the same universal appeal as, like, realistic 3D and stuff. I mean, that's always been the argument. The argument isn't that anime games are bad, it's that anime doesn't appeal to everyone. And a lot of JRPG fans cannot accept this fact. They can't accept it. They'll say things like, well, what does art style matter? Art doesn't matter at all. Yes, it does. Because you love anime, which is an art style. You know what I mean? Like, art style is extremely important. Let me tell you how important art style is. I don't think Cuphead is a fun game at all. I fucking hated playing Cuphead. But Cuphead's art style is so strong that I wanted to buy it for years. When I finally got it, I was like, oh god, I hate playing this. But its art style is incredible. Cuphead has one of the best art styles in video games. The art style sells the game. And you can list a number of games off the top of your head where it looked so insane that you bought it based on its look. Or you hear how good this game is all the time, but every time you look at it, you're like, I don't know, man. That's how important art style is. It's not the only thing, but it is an exceptionally important piece of any video game. And anyone who says art doesn't matter, their opinion is not worth taking seriously at all. There was one last one with this where apparently Guillaume Broche said that he liked Final Fantasy 15. Believe it or not, chat. To which my response was, no, no. What do you mean? He doesn't think exactly the same as me about literally everything. It's like, no, it doesn't matter, man. What he thinks and what he likes is separate from the game itself. You're allowed to like things that I don't like. The reason they think this way, though, is because, remember we were talking about how a lot of gamers have a religious mindset? You can see that in play when it comes to a lot of modern Final Fantasy and JRPG fans. If the devs said this, then you have to believe it. If the devs intended this, you have to like it, because they said it, and it's them, the priests, the popes, the gods of these games and stuff. I don't think that way. Either I think the game is good or not. I love Clair Obscur Expedition 33, but I get lost in that menu all the time. You know what I mean? I don't think it's perfect. But these guys think that if Guillaume Broche likes FF15, then you have to like FF15 too. Otherwise, you hate Clair Obscur. That's how their logic works. Do you want to know some things that I like that you may not like? Get ready for this. I like the movie Clueless with Alicia Silverstone. I like Bridget Jones's Diary with Hugh Grant. I like 10 Things I Hate About You with Heath Ledger. And I like Mean Girls with Lindsay Lohan. These are the biggest chick flick movies you can possibly imagine, and I like them. I think they're very well made for what they are, and I watched those during a time in my life where, you know what, I needed to see something happy, and they did the job. Now, you don't have to like those. If you like my channel, if you like Sebi Webbs, you don't now have to love these chick flick rom-coms.
You do.
Or else you're a fake fan or whatever the hell ever these people think, all right? Like, this is just, like, personal preference. You just kind of think you like what you like. It's whatever, man. Elite movie taste? Hey, look, they're great. They're great movies. But when it comes to rom-coms, I'd say my favorite is I Love You, Man, with Jason Segel and Paul Rudd. Fucking
what does that
10 out of 10 movie.
Expedition and
11 out of 10. Absolute top tier. Jason Segel's character is basically a bit of a role model to me for all the right and all the wrong reasons in that film. Slap with the bears. Revise. I fucking love that movie so much. But this is just my opinion. You don't have to like what I like. 2 of my good friends don't like Expedition 33. And we're not friends anymore. I'm kidding. We're still good friends. And we just joke about it. We're fine, man. We're fine because you don't have to think the same way. This is a very hive mind mentality that a lot of JRPG and a lot of modern Final Fantasy fans have, and I don't think it's healthy. I think you need to go outside if you think this way. And the last thing I want to say is I think I remember hearing or reading somewhere that Guillaume Broche liked FF15. One thing he really liked about it was how the characters sort of talk to each other as you're wandering around. There's a lot of inter-party banter, which you see in Clair Obscur. The difference is that I like the banter between Gustav, God, I nearly said Clive, Gustav, Mael, Lune, Ciel. It's fun. But we all know that I'm not the biggest fan of Prompto, all right? I don't need him to tell me to pull over every 15 minutes to take a selfie while Gladio tells me about cup noodles for about 2 minutes straight. Here's a fun one. Refreshing idea. Weird anime game. Yeah, this did the rounds like crazy. Oh my god. The thing is, no one actually thinks this, you know? No one thinks that Clair Obscur invented the Persona menu, invented turn-based combat, invented QTE attacks, or invented parrying. And those people who do, they are in an insignificant number, and they're also not a big deal. And you know what? It's not a big deal if they're wrong, all right? Not everyone in the world has played Legend of Dragoon, the Final Fantasy clone from 1999, all right? Not everyone has played Paper Mario. I don't think anyone has Fantasy clone from 1999, all right?
But you should, because it's amazing. You should. I will play it on stream. I like the Legend of Dragoon. Boom, 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 boom. How do you like me humming the battle music from The Legend of Dragoon? Boom, 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 boom. Whatever.
Not everyone has played Paper Mario. I don't think anyone has ever said Clair Obscur invented this menu. This is just JRPG fans having a persecution complex once again, and I responded to this. This is the kind of post that goes viral, but one, it doesn't change anyone's mind. Two, just like, it doesn't hurt or help the sales of either game. It's basically preaching to the choir. It's getting pats on the backs from people who agree with you and who hate E33. This is because it is a half-truth, and that can be worse than a full lie. Here's what the tweet should say. Are you ready? Clair Obscur, mainstream appeal. Persona 5, anime appeal. That's what it should say. And that's not saying one's better or worse. Like, some people prefer anime, some people prefer realistic 3D. That's what it really is. Mainstream appeal, anime appeal. That's the real story. But that's not going to go viral because it's not an FU to either side, all right? This is Twitter. This is a PvP zone. The reason this meme has gone viral is because many JRPG fans cannot accept this one fact. Are you ready? Listen carefully. People who don't like anime games don't like anime games. All right? Reread that sentence like 50 times. I know it's not going to sink in. Sorry, I shouldn't be mean. But I'm just saying, like, you just get it, man. Don't you get it? Just get it, man. Please. Just, oh, God. I've been watching anime since I was 4 years old in Japanese. And I've been playing JRPGs since I was 10. It's always been this way, and it always will be. And you know what? That's fine. Okay, that's fine. People are allowed to have different tastes. You can't force people to like things that they don't like. And when people say like, oh, you didn't give it a go. No. Everyone's given an anime a go. Some of them loved it, and some of them didn't love it. You can't say that like, oh, you just need to watch all 1,000 episodes of One Piece, then you're allowed to have an opinion. It's like, no, you can tell right off the bat what your preferences are, man. This is ridiculous. This is an interesting tweet. Unpopular opinion. Clair Obscur would not have been the phenomenon it was if the graphics had been anime style. Well, I agree. That's absolutely true. But here's the thing. If you made Clair Obscur and the only thing you changed was you made it anime, it would still have better pacing than most JRPGs. It would still have better voice acting in English than most JRPGs. Still have an amazing soundtrack. It would still have an amazing story. It would still have amazing characters. But less people would have played it because it was an anime game. E33, the reason people compare this to Final Fantasy so much is because it is the full package. Anyone who knows Final Fantasy knows that that series has always pushed the boundaries of everything. It's always tried to have the best graphics, the best music, best story, best world, best characters, best music, best this, and that. E33 did that. But this guy, oh my god, this guy would have pissed off so many people with his response, and I wanted to show you this, because I read this, I was like, oh my god. This guy said, yeah, and rightly so. The one on the right, even I, who never played it, knows it's Clair Obscur. Whereas the one on the left, I don't know if it's Xenoblade, Fire Emblem, Genshin Impact, or some AI-generated eShop slop sold for 99 cents. Wow! 3,000 likes. This guy really kicked the hornet's nest, man. This guy saw the hornet's nest, and he didn't just give it a gentle tap with his foot. He ran up, and he did the drop kick of the century. Oh, I don't know how to pronounce this. Grimiliki, you were a braver man than I. That was a big one, man. And the thing is, I don't want to be as harsh on anime games as he is, but this is how a lot of normies, a lot of average gamers see these games. Like, I don't think this looks $1, but I also don't know if this is Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, Zenless Zone Zero, Wuthering Waves, Xenoblade. It doesn't look like Persona because he's not in high school uniform. I don't know. I actually don't know. And most people who don't live and breathe anime games or JRPGs can't tell the difference either. That's the difference.
Oh boy.
Whereas you just wouldn't say that. Like, if you put, say, like, Joel from The Last of Us next to Nathan Drake, next to Kratos, next to Abby from The Last of Us, next to... maybe that's a bad example. And so on and so... You see where I'm going with this? You don't think that, like, oh, yeah, that's all from the same game. No, these are clearly distinctive characters from different things. Clive, Noctis from Ever 1516, they fall into that category as well. Yeah, I just thought that was an amazing response right there. It's crazy how nice JRPGs can be, but all look the same. Well, here's the thing. Thank you for saying that. I'm going to say one last thing. This is not actually an anime-specific problem. If you watch anime shows, I can tell a Baki face from a JoJo face, from a Fist of the North Star face, from a DBZ face. In anime, there is actually quite a diversity. There's quite a wide variety of how these characters can look despite it being anime. But when you look at video games, when you look at anime games, I think that most of them all look the same. I'm sorry, this is just like, I'm going to offend a lot of people when I say this, but when I look at anime games, to me, 99% of the girls look exactly the same. The only difference is their hair and their clothes. Body type, same. Face shape, the same. And I'd even say that for the guys as well. Most of them just look like these beautiful K-pop demon hunter boys with the same face. And it's just the only thing that changes is their clothes and their hair. I'm not quite sure why that is. Yeah, sorry if that offends anyone. All right, and the last one before we move on. Oh my god, they love this meme, don't they? They really love this meme. There can be variations of this where it says like JRPG history, which is what this is really about, and it ends with FF10 and then goes like Persona 5 and then this. This is just... They think this is an own, but it's not. They think this is a slam dunk, but it's not. This actually tells you the sad truth about JRPGs, is that the last time these games grabbed the entire world's attention was FF7 and FF10, FF8 and 9 to lesser extents, but they were still very big for their time. Persona 5, which I'm going to offend people, I don't think it's in the same category as these, even though it's huge, and Clair Obscur Expedition 33. The difference... It's cute. You know what? It's cute. It is cute that they tried to sneak Persona 5 in here, but there's a difference, which is that FF7 and 10 and Clair Obscur exploded out of their niche, exploded out of their genre on day one. Whereas Persona 5 was a juggernaut within its niche. It grew so big within its niche that it spilled out and gained a lot of mainstream success that way. There's actually a difference between these. They've tried to sneak Persona 5 onto this list, but it actually doesn't belong there for two major reasons. One is its pacing. FF7, 10, Clair Obscur, these are well-paced, they don't waste your time. Minimal bloat. The same cannot be said for Persona 5. Alright, even people who love this game don't say that it is efficiently written. Alright, even they say, I love the game, but I'm hitting skip on a lot of the dialogue a lot of the time. It's very bloated, very repetitive. The second thing is the art style. Persona 5, probably a very good game, I hear good things, but it's an anime game, and anime does not have the same mainstream appeal that realistic 3D does. Clair Obscur has that, so does FF7 and FF10. That's what they were aiming for in their time. 7 does have some anime elements to it, but here's the counter argument. People who don't play anime games will still play OG FF7. They'll still play FF10. That's the difference. That's why it's not an anime game. You can make all the posts yelling at me with all the upvotes in the world, but you cannot change that fact. You can't change the fact that someone who would never play an anime game will still play FF7 and FF10. Discussion over. I'm sorry. I would love to stream Persona 5 one day, okay? You'll never see it coming. Do you get the joke? But what I just said is also true. It has to be said because it's kind of sneaky what they've done here by putting P5 in there.
Like, I know
it really should just be FF10 to clip.
I know that Square Enix tried to change FF7, or rather just straight up change FF7 into this realistic, pseudo-realistic style by...
We'll still play
The truth is
FF7.
that the OG FF7 is pretty much an anime game.
And FF10. Discussion over. I'm sorry. I would love to stream Persona 5 one day, okay? You'll never see it coming. Do you get the joke? But what I just said is also true. It has to be said because it's kind of sneaky what they've done here by putting P5 in there. It really should just be FF10 to Clair Obscur. It really should be FF10 to Clair Obscur. JRPG fan delusions, once again, ladies and gentlemen. The tragedy is, it's not that anyone says that there were literally no games between these, it's that none of these games grabbed the world's attention in the way that these did. These grabbed mainstream attention, and Octopath didn't. You know, Bravely Default didn't. Xenoblade didn't. Most Persona games didn't. The vast majority of those are really only known and played by people who are hardcore JRPG fans. Was Final Fantasy X big? Yes, Final Fantasy X sold 21 million copies to this day. And it was a mega smash hit on launch. Which is why Square was like, oh shit, let's never do that again. And then they abandoned that formula entirely and made FF12. That's, I mean, what am I supposed to say? Why would you look at FF10, which has been a major success for its entire history, and then just throw all that away? I don't get it. I don't understand. Dragon Quest as well. Dragon Quest as well. Big within the JRPG community, but it's not big outside of it. It's really not, man. Oh yeah, someone quote tweeted me to do this, and I responded with, well, yes, the meme is right. A lot of people stopped caring after Final Fantasy 7 to 10. Those people cared again when E33 came along, because it recaptured the magic of those Golden Age Final Fantasies in today's day and age. That's it. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Do JRPG fans have a persecution complex when it comes to Clair Obscur Expedition 33? On Twitter, yes. But I think a lot of you guys in my comments and in my stream are normal. Like, I get a lot of comments from anime PFPs in my own YouTube saying like, oh man, I didn't know they were so crazy on Twitter. Like, I'm an anime fan, but I like this game. And I can see how it's different from the others. So it may be more of a Twitter JRPG fan. Anyway, thank you for enjoying the video. Like, subscribe, Uwu Sugoi, Kawaii Des, and catch me live on Twitch. All right, get out of here. The video's over. Get out of here. I'm working here.
All right. Just turn on the music, I guess. Ah.
You know, it was so nice of Square to give that one guy from Super Smash Bros. Brawl his very own game. You know, I respect that. Hey there, all you beautiful guardians of the glaze. Welcome back to the Milky Donut. If you're new here, this is the Milky Donut. We do all things.
I don't care. Is there anybody still watching the stream? Because the computer is slowing down, so I might have to end stream to, you know. I have to hurry up. Nobody still on my end stream. So I need some color. Oh my god. Thank you for the $10. Hello. I am drinking a comic. Did you see my comic for the contest? How do you, Glitch Master? Glitch Master, hello. Yeah, I would stream, of course. But I'm afraid that my contest stream is not very popular. You know? This is just page 3. So you wanna see page 1 and 2? The deadline is coming and I've only done 2 pages and I'm on my 3rd page. How do you write? Yeah. Look at this. Hold on. You know what I mean? Hold on. Look at this. Hold on. Yeah? So how do you like the first 2 pages of the manga? Manga? Yeah. This is like, you know what I mean? And it's like boom, boom, boom. If you know what I mean. Okay. Now I have to... This, according to the storyboard, he runs and jumps to the next one. No? He jumps to the next block. That's the story beat. It's the story beat. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna be like looking at the, you know, storyboard. I made a whole storyboard. I cannot believe that I've made a whole storyboard. It's like incredible. You know, it's incredible. Okay. Let's not get our heads, you know. But it is incredible. Oh, I also have to have the I don't know. I'm a very spontaneous person, you know. I just saw the contest and I thought, whatever, I'll just do it, you know. This is my life, basically. My life is one big hell, why not, you know. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. You think so? You think my soul is young? Is my soul young or am I just childish? You know? Okay, my laptop is having problems keeping up, you know, with the stream and with the drawing. This is why I usually do this stuff offline. But also I need money to live. You know? You know what I mean? There are some very dynamic panels that overlap. I said that the laptop is having problems keeping up and that I'm like, you know, and it's like, oh yeah, and it's like, I need money to live. You know what I mean? You understand my feelings? Hold on. Ooh, page number 3. Oh. Page number 3 is a big foreshadowing, you know? I'm not gonna spoil the manga for you. We'll have to wait for the anime adaptation. You know? Just wait for the anime adaptation. Yeah. We live in a Hellboy. You know what I mean? We live in a Hellboy. Are we living in a comic book character? Ah, good question. But you know it's true. We know we are living in a Hellboy. Hellboy? Hellboy? You know what I mean? Hey, hey. Hellboy. This manga is very woke, by the way, because the protagonist has dark skin. You know, I'm getting all the woke points for this. You know, I am the wokest mangaka alive. Maybe I should kind of balance out the wokeness. My protagonist has lived in a pocket dimension her whole life, so maybe she should be socially stunted and say slurs every single sentence, you know? Maybe she should just say slurs every single sentence, you know? Every syllable should be a slur. She'd be like, what? Didn't know? Words are not violence. He should be like, I will not be replaced. think that will make you lose the contest. It's a Japanese contest, so who knows. Okay, it's a Japanese contest. So maybe it will make me extra win, okay? Okay. I am balancing out the wokeness by appealing to the food fetishists with my one shot, okay? Well. Do you know why my character is barefoot? By the way, you're here, so I'll tell you the secret, okay? It's gonna sound really dumb, but if you want, I can tell you why that protagonist is barefoot in this one shot. It's because the deadline is very soon, and drawing shoes every single time would be a big endeavor for me. That's why. And the setting makes it okay to do this, okay? The fact that the setting of the one shot makes it, acceptable. How did you know? Wait, you knew? You knew? Do you know what music this is? I figured it you were easy, especially since you draw them often. Yeah. But if this got serialized, I would have to start drawing shoes, you know? The protagonist would not be bare feet all the time in all of the worlds that she visits, you know? That would be ridiculous. Also, there will be different characters, so... It's from Is. Do you know a RPG series called Is? It's written YS. Ooh. How do you like my manga process? I have jury. You have jury tomorrow. Are you not excited for the manga? Glitch Master. Are you not excited for the Lucy has a manga? Glitch. I cannot believe that you're not excited for the manga. Which master? Why are you not excited? Like hell. Surgery. What about the manga? Which master? Come on. Do you know what I mean? Which master? Do you know what I mean? Do you understand my feelings? Fish Master, do you understand my feelings? Whoa. What the hell is this? What? What the hell? I didn't even notice this. Because the laptop cannot keep up with the... Hey, what is this? What is this line? You know what I mean? The world is on fire? Listen. It's not as exciting as my comic, is it? Is the world being on fire as exciting as my manga? No, of course not. Each master. Please keep things in perspective, okay? Focus on what's important. And what is important is my manga. Oh yeah. You understand my feelings? My feelings. This is what it's all about, you know what I mean? What? You wouldn't call my manga exciting? Wow, okay. Listen, come here to Kyiv, to Ukraine. You will see a lot of smoke, you know? And bombs and stuff. But now, instead of talking about stuff like this, why don't we make a clean version of this, what do you call it? You know what I mean. It is good? Yeah. I'm sending this to people. Do you have any feedback for me, Glitch Master? I'm looking for feedback from people. People. And you're one of the people, aren't you? Aren't you a people? Glitch Master, are you not a people? Next panel, that's the finished. What do you mean what the next panel is? It's like, this is the entire page. You are people. People. Let's see, somebody responded to me. My exciting world of Manga. Nobody. Nobody shares my excitement. Notice. It's very sad. You know what I mean? Nobody's excited? Exciting word. Don't hyper focus on the tweet. Are you a pervert? Oh my god, are you some sort of pervert? Is that my audience? Is my audience full of perverts? Before I was being bombed for a second. Hold on, let me check. Maybe I am. Who knows? I don't know. Am I being bombed? Actually, no. It's just my imagination. You're a pervert? Why are you a pervert? I told Maraki that nobody would be interested in an art stream. And do you know what Maraki said? Maraki said, that's not true. Everybody will be interested in an art stream. And I said, no, that's not true. And Maraki said, yeyeye. And I was like, you know. And it was like, Geronimo, you know. You know what I mean? Okay, now I have to do the sexy thing. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, I have to check something really. You know what I mean? Manga girl jumping. You are a pervert? There's less viewers because people hate art, Glitch Master. That's the explanation, you know? That's the real explanation, you know what I mean? There is no realer explanation than this real explanation, you know? It's the realest explanation, you know what I mean? I'm just being real. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Especially my art, because nobody likes it. You know what I mean? Guess what I'm doing now? You'll be shocked. I don't know why. Usually when people do art streams, they get like 1 billion viewers live, you know? And I do art and I'm like, no viewers, you know? Don't be silly. I mean, I have to be silly. I'm a streamer. I am like, you know, and it's like, and yeah, you know, does that make sense? Does that explanation convince you? And then it continues like that. And then I don't know. It's as if, and I wonder, you know, and it's all very interesting. It's all very deep. You're being silly again? No! I am being, you know, right? I am always super serious. It's like Luffy from when Luffy fought Crocodile and Luffy was like, I'm always serious. Gum no! Bazooka! You know, I do like the bazooka. And Crocodile was like, you know, how deep? Elbow deep. So quite deep actually. So deep that it requires training. You know what I mean? So deep that the experience could not take it. Don't watch One Piece? You don't want One Piece? What? What do you mean? Yeah, elbow. You don't know what an elbow is? Do you not know what an elbow is? It's impossible. Are you lying to me? That's impossible. You know what an elbow is. You are joking. You have got to be joking. You know what I mean? Everybody knows what an elbow is. Are you making me look like a drum ball? Are you trying to make a drum ball out of me? Do I look like a drum ball to you? Are you calling me a drum ball? Please answer truthfully. If you see me as a drum ball, I think you think I'm some sort of a drum ball. I really do. You know? And I don't know if I like that. Did you think that I'm a zombie? You know? I'm not sure that's very kind of you. You know? You know what I mean? Zombie! You know what I mean? Do you understand the vibe? Do you think it's enough? I think this is enough. Glitchmaster, be honest with me. Do you see me as a zombie? Glitchmaster, now is the time for honesty. Am I a zombie? You can be frank. You can be brutally honest. Which must I? Am I a zombie to you? A round ball? You don't know what a round ball is? Ow. How can you not know what a round ball is? Wow. I did not expect this. I thought we would know. I thought you would hear the word and you would know right away what a round ball is. Hold on, let me check my email. Speaking of zombie, you know, because it's like, you know, zombie. Did I get a reply? No. No answer. Wow. Holy moly. Zombie. You know, Z-O-B-O. Zombie. You know? Oh my gosh. Oh, come on. Yes, round ball. Wristmaster. It's a round ball. I cannot believe. I cannot believe I'm actually making the comic, you know? I've been thinking about this comic for so long. And now it's I don't know. Glitch Master, I have returned to you. Glitch Master, I have returned to you. You know what I mean? Oh, I think you're gone. Yeah, because everything died. I was saying how I was making this manga. I was thinking of making this manga before you were born. Before you were born, Glitch Master. And I happen to know that you were born in 2015. You know? Everything is black. Of course, that's because orange is the new black. You know? Orange is the new black. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Yeah, I told you. You were born in 2015. So I was thinking about this manga before you were born. All the way back in 2015, I was thinking about this manga, you know? You were born on February 3rd, 2015. The year of our Lord. The birds were chirping and the monks were singing, and they were like, Glitch Master is coming to this world, you know? And the little mouse jumped and went to the girl in the tower and said, Girl in the tower, rejoice, because 17 years from now, Glitch Master will save you from this predicament, as was foretold by the old scriptures. And she was like, yeah, you know, I cannot wait, it's gonna be cool. And then an evil wizard came into the tower and said, no, I would not allow it. I will kill all the 2015 children that were born on February 3rd. I will kill them all in the whole universe. No child born on the February 3rd in 2015 will survive. Spread my warriors to kill them all. And so, the tragic tale of the big massacre of children of the 2015 February 3rd began. But you were lucky, Glitch Master. You were hidden by a kind little gnome that has hidden you in his basket. He was an apple seller, and he said, this is not a child born 2015 February 3rd. This is an apple that I'm selling. My goodness, I'm such a good storyteller, I cannot believe. Do you know what I mean? Glitch Master, do you know what I mean? You all children, what are the Israel? Yeah. No, that's not true. My evil wizard only wanted to kill children born on February 3rd in 2015, and Israel does not have such guardrails, okay? Israel does it regardless of when they were born. That's so awful of me to say. That's so awful. That was an awful joke. You should cancel me over this. My Discord is not updating. My Discord is failing to update. What is happening? You know what I mean? Why is it not updating? Hold on, maybe I'll turn it off and on again, you know? Because you know what I mean? Grishmata, do you know what I mean? Grishmata, have you ever played Metal Girl Solid? Grishmata, have you ever played Metal Girl Solid? Metal Girl, it cannot be. Oof. Metal Girl, it cannot be. Witchmaster, how are you today? Do you... What? Witchmaster? I'm trying to engage with you in... conversation. You know what I mean? It's exciting, you know? Oh, I know. Witchmaster, I know what I will do. Oh my god. Can you believe? Look at what I'm about to do. Whoa, womp, womp, womp. Hold on. You know? Hold on. Glitchmaster, hold on. Woo! Hold on. Hold on to your butthole. You know what I mean? Hold on to your butthole. As President Sunday says. I don't know why President Sunday says this. Hold on to your butthole. Why would you hold on to your butthole? You know what I mean? Witchmaster, have you ever held on to your butthole? Whoa. Here. Why do I clench my butthole? I'm sorry. Did you just say that I clenched my butthole? Why do you want me to clench my butthole? Why do you want this? Hold on, I have to restart the Discord again. Discord is not updating for some reason. Glitchmaster, what's going on with Discord? You know? I don't understand, Glitchmaster. I need to Oh, Glitchmaster, I have an idea. Glitchmaster, I have an idea, Glitchmaster. Can I share my idea with you? Or would you not like this to happen? I have a question for you, Glitchmaster. It's a serious one, okay? Why are you against my idea? Do you hate my idea, Glitchmaster? Glitchmaster, why do you hate my idea? I expected you to like it, but you hate it. Why? I don't understand. It's an amazing idea. And yet you're like, suck. Why don't we take a break and play a video game? Your favorite game, Glitchmaster. I know what your favorite game is. Glitchmaster, I know what your favorite game is. Failed update. I don't understand this. Do I have to uninstall Discord and install it again? Oof. I don't understand. I think I might have to reset computer. Yeah, do you know what your favorite game is, Glitchmaster? Glitchmaster, do you know your favorite game? I know your favorite game. Better than you, probably. I know things, Glitchmaster. I know your soul. What work to do? Well, Glitchmaster. It's Final Fantasy VIII. Final Fantasy VIII is your favorite game. You love turning enemies into cards for hours and then turning them into spells to put in your stuff. We're like, oh gee, oh boy, what am I going to do today? I'm going to turn enemies into cards and then into spells. And I'm going to do it for 12 hours. And then everybody's like, Glitchmaster, please don't turn your enemies into cards and then spells. And you're like, no, F you. I will do this all day and all night. I'm a card addict. Card addict. I don't know. I'm a card addict. You know what I mean? And then it's like, oh yeah, oh yeah. You know what I mean? true. Sunday does say that. Yeah, he does. Hello, Space. Final Fantasy VIII is also President Sunday's favorite game, by the way. Just so you know. President Sunday is like, you know? And I'm like, no, President Sunday, no, don't do this. And he's like, I have to. In the name of justice. Hold on. Where's my mouse? Oh. He's like, I have to. In the name of justice. You know, and I'm like, that is not justice, President Sunday. It's revenge. Uh-oh. Wait, I cannot save my file. What the fuck? Was I able to save my file? I think this laptop is cooked. Oh, fuck! No way. Is this laptop cooked? The area contest. Fuck. Holy shit, something's really wrong. No way. Things are not good. I have to look this up. This is bad. He actually would be like that. Yeah. President Sunday is like, I will get revenge on you, you know? I will kill you. Because I don't like you. You know? I don't like you, interlocutor. You know? You have bad philosophy. Like The Boys. Although I did agree with his The Boys video, so you know. Touché. Okay? Touché, President Sunday. I agree with your The Boys video. You know? The Boys, yeah. You know what I mean? I think you know what I mean. I think you know perfectly well what I mean. You pretend not to know what I mean. You know? Hold on. Hold on. We have to save this problem. Something's wrong. And I don't like it one bit, you know? I don't like it when something's wrong. Do you like? Okay, let's go. Flip Studio. Failed to save file. Recently bypass save file error in Clip Studio. Copy all layers of the files to create a new document. Oh. Oh. Oh, now I understand. Okay. What the fuck do I do now? Now I understand what's happening, okay? It's very bad, you know what I mean? But I will fix it now. I will fix it like President Sunday would. Delete. Everything's wrong. I was like, why isn't the Discord like, you know? And it was like, how did I... Where did I go wrong, you know? And now I know. You know what I mean? Oh crap, so much space. Okay, let's do this. Bean. No, wait. Hold on. Oh, it's like, you know, and it's like, hold on. Wait. Why can't I find the bin? Oh my god. Where's the bin? Unironically, where's the bin? Where is the bin located on your computer? Okay, where's the bin located on computer? Recycle. What the fuck? Trying to find the recycle bin. Okay, to empty the bin. Holy shit. Alright, I did it. Okay, let's empty the bin. Whoa, I did it. Okay, how much space do I have now? Okay, now I should be able to save my file, you know? Can I save the file now? Yeah, brilliant. And now Discord will even update. Whoa. Okay, now it will update. Holy moly, this is Jesus. This is Jesus, you know? This is Jesus Christ. I am so shocked by this. What happened, you know? You know what I mean? Glitchmaster, we have won against the evils of the corporations. Spade of HF, do you wanna hear more tales about President Sunday? Do you want me to tell you the real truth about President Sunday? I will tell you everything, okay? Do you want me to tell you? I will tell you everything, okay? The gloves are off now. He used to like me, but he doesn't like me anymore, so the gloves are off. I will tell you the entire truth about him, okay? I will tell you the hidden lore of President Sunday. You know? Do you know what I mean? Do you understand my feeling? I'm not sure if you do. I'm frankly not sure if you understand my feelings. But it's okay. Not many people understand my feelings. You know what I mean? Do it? Alright, I'm ready. I'm gonna crack my... No, that's actually not good for your hands. So you know how... You know? You know how President Sunday has all the books? Because President Sunday has a reading fetish. Oh, let's go to the top 10. Actually, let's watch a President Sunday video, okay? I'm gonna review it. I'm gonna review a President Sunday video. How does that sound? I'm gonna react to President Sunday in a mean-spirited way that only I can. Where is President Sunday? President Sunday, I'm out to get you. Oh, to get yours Sunday. Which one? Is it Sunday Dark? Video. Nobody likes Slavoj Žižek. Ableism na booktube. Wait, what is ableism? What the heck is ableism? Leftist Odyssey defenders are also grifting. Pick me. Toggle left down. Oh wait, hold on. President Sunday does not like Hassan anymore. Okay, let's watch. Let's go. Let's go. President Sunday does not like Hassan anymore. Okay.
It's playing on that weird freaking like anti-communist.
Jesus, why is this so quiet? Okay, let's go. Wait, Hassan is anti-communist? Really? What happened? What happened, President Sunday? Sorry, I burped. But I only burped because President Sunday shook me to my car, with the anti-communism of Hassan, Otherwise, I would have never burped. I never burp, Girls don't burp. Did you know? This is my entry. You know how YouTubers have those entry when they do a video, they do like a little intro to the topic that they're talking about. This, what I'm doing right now, this is the intro to the segment, okay? I burp at the shock of President Sunday anti-communism. Or is it Hassan? I'm ready to bash President Sunday. I'm gonna defend Hassan on principle, okay? Now that I have a beef with President Sunday, I have to mindlessly and brainlessly be on Hassan's side. Isn't that right, my viewers? Isn't that right, my viewers? That you want me to brainlessly do the thing? Is anybody even still here? I don't know. What are we doing? Yeah, we hate Sunday. Yeah. All right. Let's watch.
Slash Orientalist slash like a million different
Orientalist? President Sunday is an Orientalist? What? What? Are you hearing this? President Sunday hates the Orient? What the fuck?
things at once. We're entering into a long line of Hassan's botching a debate slash interview with Professor Jang. Oh my god, what a dumb angle to take. This guy is a raging conspiracy theorist nutjob, and you're trying to get him on like, oh well, I think actually there are nuances in your. He speaks like someone who has never had to train himself to articulate ideas to students. He talks like a child whose sentences trail off super quickly towards the end. Jang isn't smarter than Hassan. Jang is as smart as Hassan. The difference is that Jang is insane.
My understanding of the world revolves around, in some ways, it's not dissimilar to game theory.
But then again, President Sunday thinks that he is the most intelligentest boy, okay? President Sunday thinks he is the most intelligentest boy on this God's green earth, okay? But I just think it's funny. Oh, hello, Pleferex person. What the hell? Who is Pleferex? Keep it by the... is this a bot? The hell? What the hell happened on the Discord? I'm so happy I didn't watch the Twitch chat. Insane.
Lord, take me now. I'm ready. I do love that no matter how incompetent the
I do unironically think that President Sunday considers himself to be the smartest boy in the room. And it's irrelevant what room he is in, okay? He does actually think he is the smartest boy. There's no, as much as I'm memeing, I actually do think that, okay? You can hear it in his cadence.
interviewer is. Jang is so stupid that he can still turn it in their favor.
Because there's two
Like, he
different
likes to call people stupid. He likes to always invoke what stupid people do, what stupid people think. This person's smart. This person's not smart. This person's a bit smart. This person's, you know? And it's always from this level of, this person is here, this person is here. I am far above, you know? Am I being unfair here? President Sunday didn't even know what Canadian bacon was. Really? Isn't President Sunday Canadian? I know what Polish bacon is. Polish bacon is pig.
That's your response to that? You're not even gonna question. You're not even gonna question whether that's real or not. If Hassan Piker's family wasn't rich, nobody would give a shit about him. That is why he is where he is.
to size you up, to fix you up on the screen.
It's time. It's
But I
time. He's
know
here.
that you are now also doing live broadcasts because I saw you talk about, the trials of trying to communicate to an audience in real time and how difficult it is. So now, we're one and the
You
same.
need about 4 brains. Yeah,
What?
You need about 4 brains to do. You need about 4 brains to do it properly.
Thank you. It's the ADHD that I have. For your title, what would you like?
You can just call me Jiang if you want.
Okay, I'm gonna say Professor Zhang, and then I'm gonna say future predictor.
Don't call him a
predictive
professor.
History.
He's not a professor. Don't call him a professor, doofus.
Sure.
He did no research into this. He doesn't.
I mean, in America, they call professor, they call high school teachers professor in English, don't they? Professor is just a guy that lectures at university in the US. Professor is a very special title in Europe, or in Poland at least. Right?
I'm sure he's reacted to him before. He doesn't.
I don't care. I don't care about the professor thing in English. Nobody cares. It's already in very official settings. The word professor feels very watered down in English, compared to its meaning in Polish, at least. There's a very strict academic path that you have to go through to become a professor in Poland.
God damn it! Immediately legitimize him. He doesn't have a professorship. He's not a professor. Oh my god.
Okay.
Professorship, is that a word?
All right. Boom, boom, boom. Okay.
Boom,
So,
boom, boom.
Professor Zhang, you have been on the broadcast of numerous
Professor.
academics, and also Sneeko, who is not necessarily an
Sneeko, yeah.
academic, but
He's gonna defer to him like an actual expert. Jesus Christ, this is gonna. Oh, it's worse than I thought.
I mean,
Look at him. He's gonna be freaking starstruck, isn't he?
it's a
but
Hassan. What do you expect?
you've had
Yeah, Jang didn't even ask to be called professor. Hassan volunteered that. He's a fraud. Hassan, he's a fraud. He doesn't have a professorship. I am more qualified than Jang. Why are you giving him that for free?
Takes one to know one. Hassan's a fraud as well. No, I'm kidding. I'm gonna be that mean, okay? But I don't know. It's just whatever. They treat it like whatever. I'm biased against Hassan because of his commentary on Ukraine, but whatever.
conversations with the likes of Dugan and many
Dugin is a psycho fascist. What do you mean?
others. Very excited to have you here. You did an interview with
Oh, so exciting. You spoke with the huge fascist of our lifetime. Girl, great. Amazing.
I almost got a call with Dugan. That's not hard. These people are looking for chumps to interview them to make them look cool. That's not hard to do.
Points.
President Sunday wanted an interview with Dugin.
Time fan of your work. Let's
shit.
get right into it. What's the next prediction? What's coming up?
My next
My next prediction is that I will take the sausage and I will shove it in my mouth because I'm hungry.
my big prediction is that I think Trump will get a third term.
Okay, that's a little wild. All right. What makes you say that?
Well, it's an excellent question, given that he's literally predicted nothing correctly so far, except the bare fact of military conflict with Iran at some point, with a president who has already done so in the past.
Well, first of all, he and his family have been stealing billions of dollars. That's a lot of corruption, and it's really unprecedented.
Yeah, but he has immunity.
So if he were to leave the office,
He's going to fumble this hard. He's viewing Zhang as an ally. I'm telling you, the main issue fundamentally at bottom is still going to be class. Rich, successful content creators are going to fundamentally treat each other differently than they will treat other people. That's what's going on here. It doesn't matter if they're a fraud. It doesn't matter if they're a predator. They will be treated differently.
in 2028, you would imagine the first thing that any new administration would do is conduct an investigation, because it'd be very popular among the American people. I also live in China, so I know how these things work. Basically,
I love this. What is with this weird? There's this weird like genre of YouTube creator now that is specifically a Chinese creator grifting to the right, to right-wing conspiracy theorists who will frame their entire like brand as like, listen, I am from China, okay? I have learned the ways of the enemy. I had to do my homework for 27 hours a day eating nothing but ramen noodles at the top of a mist-shrouded mountain. I know. And it's playing on that weird frickin' like anti-communist slash orientalist slash like a million different things at once. I love this. It's like, imagine, listen, I'm from America, okay? I know how capitalism works. It's like, no, really? You'd never accept that. But because China is this one simple, weird oriental blob, you just accept that. Oh, you look Chinese. Tell us how your government functions and its long-term geostrategy and whatnot.
I mean, to be fair, my reaction to the whole "I'm from China" was like, what? So I'm off the hook, President Sunday. My initial reaction saved me, okay, from judgment. True, that is rich coming from a non-president. That is true. True. Where is your president, Sunday? Where is your presidential?
when someone gets in office and he's behaving like a tyrant, it usually means he's a tyrant. And it usually means he has no intention of ever leaving office. So I think that given his behavior, I think Trump is intent on a third term. So then the question then is, would he get a third term? And when Zelensky visited the White House, there was a White House gaggle, and basically, a reporter asked Zelensky, "Hey, why haven't you had an election for the past 4 years? And you should be out of office." And Zelensky is like, "Well, we're at war, so we suspend the Constitution." And then Trump was like, "Wait, you can do that?" And then Zelensky was like,
"I know ramen is from Japan. That's the joke."
What the fuck? No. What do you mean we're at war? We suspended the Constitution? What? What the? No. What? No, they didn't. It's martial law. The Constitution is not suspended. It isn't in the Constitution. It says in the Constitution that during martial law, during war, there will be no election. It's in the. What do you mean suspended the Constitution? I have to Google. Okay, Mr. Jans. It's the Constitution suspended in Ukraine. This. It's not suspended. What the fuck? I know that Hassan's not gonna call it out, but isn't Mr. President supposed to be like a super guru when it comes to political science? What do you mean suspend the Constitution?
Like that, don't do that. And then, so we suspend the Constitution. And
No, you did. What the fuck?
was like, wait, you can do that? And then
You cannot,
I know
actually.
ramen is from Japan. That's the joke.
you like that, don't you? And yeah, that's what he might do. He could also run as a VP and have his son, Don Jr., at the head of the ticket. And
What
then
the
when
fuck?
he wins, when they win by cheating, they can, his son can abdicate and he can be the president again.
So there's one complication there. It's actually unconstitutional for him to be the vice president. Like right now, Barack Obama couldn't run as a vice president because he's already carried out his 2 terms. Because
That is,
so
that is up to
there's a constitutional hurdle.
Never mind. You know what? We're bringing it back. Okay, Hassan's not letting us down. Okay, never mind. I spoke too soon.
But maybe he can climb it. I don't know.
that is up to debate, because if you talk to any law professor, he or she will tell you that it's unconstitutional.
The 22nd Amendment reads as follows. No person shall be elected to the office of the president more than twice, and no person who has held the office of president or acted as president for more than 2 years of a term to which some other person was elected president shall be elected to the office of the president more than once. Like, you can't... So, like, it's possible...
Like the spirit of the
Wait, hang on. That can't be right. Can a president... I actually didn't know this. Can a president who has been elected twice be VP? Oh no.
Constitution. But the problem with the Constitution is it doesn't
Zhang's right.
state explicitly
Zhang's right.
that you can't do that.
You have to be eligible to be president. Oh, has it been settled? Because the answer I'm getting is that it's under debate. So I'm looking at the University of Georgia here. 2-time presidents and the vice presidency abstract. Does the Constitution limit the ability of a twice before elected president to serve as vice president? The question, as it turns out, presents an intricate constitutional puzzle. This is published in... So this has been... I'm actually in the dark about this. Has this been decided? What year is this from? This is from... Is a 2-term president totally ineligible for the vice presidency? Such This article addresses each of these questions by laying bare the implications of the decisive constitutional text, namely Article 2's enumeration of presidential qualifications, the 12th Amendment.
President Sunday didn't even
To be sure, thoughtful analysts have argued that the Constitution
point out
forecloses the
that
possibility that a twice before elected president can hold or at least secure
Ukraine
election
did not
to the vice
suspend the
presidential
Constitution.
office.
But maybe
Close
he's been
inspection
talking
reveals,
about
however,
Ukraine
that
too
view
long,
misses
too
the
much.
mark. In fact, the relevant constitutional provisions, their histories, and their purposes all point to the same conclusion. A twice before elected president may become vice president either through appointment or through election, and like any other vice president may thereafter succeed from that office to the presidency for the full remainder of the pending term. This is from the University
What the fuck?
School of Law, University of Georgia. I don't know
Uh-oh.
who this person is.
Uh-oh.
To say it's debated is true. It doesn't matter if it's true. I feel like everyone arguing what the Constitution says is missing the goddamn point. I mean, to an extent, yeah. Like, the question is whether or not the Constitution will be honored, not whether it's within the rules.
Because what the Constitution says is that no vice president shall be elected, but the vice president is not elected. He's part of the ticket. So it's ultimately up to the Supreme Court to decide.
Yeah, exactly. The wording of the Constitution doesn't matter. SCOTUS will allow it, yeah. Or they won't. They've resisted Trump before.
What this Constitution says, right? So
Yeah.
I would debate that they will take this to the Supreme Court.
Well, yeah, I mean, the vice president has the same qualifications as the president. Like, vice president also has to be like over the age of 35, for example. Like, he can't You can't have like a 30-year-old VP on the ticket.
That is the
But
spirit of
but
Constitution.
then again, who knows? This
That's the
is
spirit of Constitution. I agree
yeah.
with you. And all our professors will tell the same thing. But again, it's not in the letter. It's not explicit.
Professors.
And so they can take to the Supreme Court. And ultimately, 3 of the 9 justices were appointed by Trump. He'll probably get another one.
I would have asked,
by
do
the end
you
of this
mean
year,
professors,
possibly next
actual
year.
professors,
So
or do you mean
4,
professors like you?
appointed by Trump when the
Got
case
him.
goes to Supreme Court. But, it'll be great for us because it'll be Barack Obama versus Donald Trump in 2028.
Okay, you said us. You're in the tank for the Democrats. Is that what it is? Am I getting that right?
No, I know. What I meant, of course, I'm being ironic. What I meant is like, just a general spectator.
No, okay.
It'll be
His
like
audience is right wing. Reminder.
the WWE, right? The main event.
Okay.
The greatest clash in American politics. Barack Obama versus Donald Trump. Donald Trump's been waiting for this ever since when did he go to the White House correspondence dinner and Barack Obama made fun of him? I mean, he's been relishing this moment for a long time.
2014 maybe?
Yeah. No, he's been relishing this moment for a long time.
They're saying 2011 in my chat. Professor Jog, is it possible to raise your volume on your end? I tried to do it on mine, but it's already maxed out just a little bit from your microphone.
Sorry.
Because you're a little bit quiet.
Sorry. I'll put my mic closer to my. Yeah. All right.
There's no way to
better?
crank up the volume on your end through the Zoom maybe?
Yeah. Let me try.
It sounds fine is what chatters are saying now, but it's crazy because, and I'm sure you've already gotten a little taste of this, when you were also live, they always complain. You know what I mean? They always complain, and then they're like, and then they complain nevertheless, even when you fix it.
Yes. Okay. All right. Okay. So, is this better now?
It's a little bit better. I'll just lower my own volume to
Feels
adjust
like
it
Hassan would be
to
doing
yours
the
so that
complaints,
people
to be
can,
honest with you.
people can lower their volume or increase their volume. I think we should be good this way. All right. So getting back to it. So you're famous for your predictions. You use game theory. A lot of people have called you out on it. I don't fully understand how game theory factors into your predictions.
Sure.
Do you mind elaborating on how game theory factors into your predictions on geopolitical events?
Right. So my big thing is that the world is a game, and we can treat nation states as players in this game, and each nation state has things.
One moment. One moment. I'll be right back. All right. Sorry about that. Okay.
I'm
Now
sorry.
we're going for real.
Has
The
a distinct
world is-
personality.
The world is gay?
Determined by its geography and by its history. And this distinct personality.
Okay. We need to get this context here. We're going to be doing some political science now.
Into your predictions on geopolitical events.
Right. So my big thing is that the world is a game.
The world is gay.
We can treat
The world is a
The world is
gay.
not a game. That's stupid.
states as
That's
players
true.
in this game.
That is stupid.
And
I will agree with
each
that
nation
for
state
sure.
has a distinct personality.
For sure.
Determined by its geography and by its history.
He's recapitulating a really stupid version of realism in international relations theory, and it's
Bro.
giving me a migraine.
And this distinct personality determines how it interacts with the world.
And I don't-
So, for example,
Wrong, because this is how actually international theory works. It's not the distinct personality of a state that determines how it interacts in the world. It's its interests. Its interests are determined by the material conditions in which it finds itself, to borrow a sort of a Marxist adjacent term.
And realism says that basically states are like bigger versions of individuals who are self-centered, paranoid, and out for themselves. And it's basically like to screw over others for their own interests rather than cooperate. That's like simplified version of the explanation of realism in international
more to the
relations.
point, what actually determines its behavior is the fact that it is situated in a state of nature with respect to other states. Because within states, there is hierarchical, structured administrative order, right? But between states, there isn't, because there is no sovereign to hold them all in awe, in Hobbes's language. So between states, there is a condition of anarchy, not anarchism, anarchy.
It's like the
Where
jungle.
there is just pure lawlessness. And so the only thing that maintains the stability of structures are alignment
Power.
of interests or the domination of power.
Yeah. Told you.
That's how that works. There's a great book by Brian C. Schmidt called The International Discourse of Political Anarchy, or The Political Discourse of International Anarchy. One of those two. I can't quite remember.
Told you.
Very good.
Government
Goes into the
technique.
history of this particular model of political science. Highly recommend. You can find it on Amazon still. I think it's still in print.
The United States is particularly aggressive.
No.
China is not aggressive.
Mine not sexy.
And ultimately, each player is going to engage in its optimal strategy, right? So rather than like look at what people say, look at what people do, just think about like if this game were to continue, what is the optimal strategy, and then the player would adapt this optimal strategy over time, right? So if you were to go back, 2 years ago, and you were
It's
to
stupid
survey
indeed.
American politicians and Donald Trump, would you go invade Iran? They'd be like, of course not. That's insane. Why would we do that? But they end up invading Iran because it is at this point in American history the optimal strategy in order to maintain American hegemony around the world.
See, he
No?
can't keep his story straight, because it's like, oh, Donald Trump is stealing a bunch of money. Oh, this is the result of America's national character.
This is so
It's like,
stupid.
well, no, what you're putting your finger on, but you're too stupid to figure out, is that actually America isn't a thing with a character. There are entities that occupy territory within America and can leave that territory that have their own interests. This includes political parties, members of political parties, members of classes as a whole, and so on. And so what's actually going on is a cabal of people who have immense amounts of capital are using political chaos that they are able to generate because of their political position to make a lot of capital liquid so they can funnel that into their things, into their wallets, into their projects. That's what's going on. And it is precisely the refutation of political realism that is taking place before us right now, which is one of the reasons why very few people actually take it seriously. Instead, you have people like Mearsheimer making sort of a big popular, getting really popular because they're taking a tragic view, which relies upon essentially like the inevitability of things to disintegrate and the need for operations and structures that prevent disintegration and forestall inevitable disintegration being in place for things to like last at all.
So that's a brief introduction to game theory.
Okay.
And none of that is game theory, by the way.
Yeah.
None of that is game theory at all. In case anybody
This is
was
like
wondering.
made up game theory.
So, part of that equation in your assessment, because you correctly predicted that Trump's going to win the election. There were some incorrect predictions.
It's a coin toss. It was either Trump or the other person, and the other person sucked. That's not. It doesn't take a freaking Nostradamus to predict that.
In there, I believe you said Nikki Haley could potentially be Trump's vice president, but then you also landed on J.D. Vance as well. There was one thing that stuck with me though, where you said that America was going to go up the escalation ladder with Iran. America was going to.
We're entering into a long line of Hassan's botching a debate/interview with Professor Zhang, who is not a professor.
To lose the war to Iran, but in the process of doing so, that there would be troop movements that from the rest of the region would join in on this battle and militarily invade Iran. Boots on the ground military warfare. Part of that, you said Saudi Arabia would amass 200,000 plus troops.
Okay, listen. I like Hassan. I do. As a person, like, as far as streamers are concerned, he's more of a human than a lot of these people are. I think his privilege and his wealth probably facilitates that because he doesn't compete in the same way as someone like Destiny does. He doesn't have to scrap. But, oh my god, what a dumb angle to take. This guy is a raging conspiracy theorist nutjob, and you're trying to get him on like, oh well, I think actually there are nuances in your prediction of this geopolitical situation that are overly complex. He tried to explain the JFK assassination in terms of the roadways being in the shape vaguely of a menorah in his view. Maybe highlight that. Maybe highlight the fact that he got kicked out of a pool because he couldn't stop himself from slapping his kid in anger. Maybe that. Like, really? Ugh. I hate people.
Oops.
Yeah.
Where, if you don't mind me asking, where did you get that number? Because I remember looking up the
You got it from the Claude logo.
number of troops that the Saudi government has, and as far as like combat troops, it was nowhere near 200,000. Which,
Right.
of course, I don't even think Saudis would ever allow Saudi nationals to go and wage war, as they were thoroughly defeated militarily in Yemen by the much smaller, much more ascetic band of troops backed by Iran, the Ansar Allah movement, the Houthis.
Okay, so to be perfectly honest with you, I didn't do thorough research. when it came
To
up
be
with
honest with you, I have
You
no
don't
clue what
say.
I'm talking
these
about.
numbers. When I give lectures, I'm trying to create a narrative that sort of captures the
course.
essence of what's happening.
That's
And so my
accurate.
larger argument is that
I'm just bullshitting,
America,
to
By
be
the way,
honest.
admitting this as a teacher would probably get you fired.
I'm
I'm just bullshitting, to be honest. I don't know what I'm talking about.
Of its invasion force. And we're already seeing this transpire where there's a crackdown in Iraq. And so
Oh, gosh.
what a lot of people believe
I'm just
There's
bullshitting.
Kraken in Iraq.
is that the prime minister is trying to crack
Just
down on the
bullshitting,
Shia
to be honest.
militias in order to
Oh,
gain the
gosh.
ground.
At least Hassan did research. Yeah, but here's the thing, though. Idiots doing research means idiots railroading themselves. You need to know how to think on the fly. Doing research is very important when you are having a debate with a serious opponent. When you're having a debate with a lying grifter,
Is
you
that
need
a
to be
debate?
able to pay attention
Is it
to
even a
things that
debate?
he's saying and pick out things that will commit him to positions he cannot defend in real time. That is what you need to do.
Yeah, but Hassan is not even debating
or
him.
a invasion from
even a
Iraq,
debate.
right?
I don't know how he does research. I feel like he's not a book person. He's not a book person. How Hassan does research is people tell him things and he watches videos. If he reads articles, it's because he reads them on the internet and because they are published by CNN. Like this is not, I'm sorry. I'm just going to point out that he has a GameCube on his wall. He has a picture of the Queen of England for some reason on his wall. Why does he have a picture of the Queen of England on his wall? I don't
I
get it.
mean,
Anyways,
it's whatever. It's called
no
calling.
books.
It's called having
no
a
books
set.
anywhere.
Yeah, maybe you.
See, books would make him distant from his audience. Books would not be relatable. This is not a viewership that is, which again, I don't dislike Hassan's audience because Hassan's audience.
You know,
is
he
very
might
vast
just
now.
have a separate room full of books called a home library. Like, you know, that's a thing, right? Like maybe he just chose to have it set differently. Like, that doesn't mean anything just because he doesn't have books on the display. That doesn't mean anything. Maybe he has thousands of books in a separate. He's a rich guy. This is silly. Like the way he organizes his set for streaming tells me nothing on whether or not he reads, how much he reads, how many books he owns, etc. This is silly. Okay. Hassan's entire house is not that one room that he streams out of. You know? You know what I mean? I don't read or do research yet. I understand what constitutes slavery, Sunday. Damn. That is true, though. But come on. I feel like the whole, there's no books on his set. It's just, that's a silly argument. Don't do that. You know?
Encompasses a
Don't
bunch
do
of
that.
people, but it is a lowest common denominator audience. That's its function. It's
Yeah.
a wide sieve.
Yeah, unlike President Sunday's elite classroom audience. Class of the elite.
Sieve. I don't know.
And if that were the case, then you can see Iraqi militiamen joining in. You can see the Kurds joining in as well. So my larger point is that it'd be a broad coalition with the Americans providing aerial support and special forces and intelligence. And
And he tries too hard to stay on narrative, like with that idiotic claim that he could identify a missile from the explosion. I mean, he's a normal, like, to that extent, like he's a guy who has not been tested or disciplined into having to be correct. Which is one of the reasons why I have a tempered view of Hassan, wherein, like, as a creature, I like him a lot more than, I certainly like him a lot more than, like, someone like Asmongold or Destiny.
Creature?
But he will disappoint you. These people will disappoint you. It's not just a matter of beating out Destiny or Asmongold. Life goes on. Things will change. You will see the contradictions that we're ignoring now bear fruit in a few years.
I mean,
It's like that. There's that great movie, Charlie Wilson's War. Okay, it's like, how wonderful, the boy got a horse. We'll see, said the Zen master. That's what's going to happen.
what about you?
Everybody keeps treating the current event like it's the last war, and it's not. It's not. There is a year from now. There's 10 years from now. There's 100 years from now.
Whoa.
And
That is so deep.
But the bulk of the invasion
Or
force
is there
would be
someday?
multinational. And you could also see some Japanese and Korean forces in there as well.
Wow, you think Japanese and Korean forces would also participate in a ground invasion of Iran?
Well, it's in the benefit of America to make it as international as possible. And ultimately, the Strait of Hormuz to continue to be closed, and South Korea and Japanese economies were tanked, right? So they have a vested interest in sending forces. They may not send a lot, but again, I think Trump will be very interested in having this as broad a coalition as possible, just for domestic political purposes.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about the Japanese self-defense forces, especially considering that that's like definitely a bridge too far for many, even in Japanese society. As far as I understand Japanese politics, I mean, they don't really have a real military. I mean, it's unconstitutional for them to even have a military technically. They
have the best blue water navy in East Asia. I can see them sending ships to the Strait of Hormuz to support the attack. And also right now Japan is rewriting the constitution, and they are remilitarizing because
They kind of want to change that now, by the way, the whole army thing. That is a relic from World War II. That Japan is not allowed to have their own military.
Chinese aggression.
Yeah. So let's talk about that a little bit, if you don't mind me asking. So you live in Beijing, but you're on the English side of the internet. So, and I've been to Beijing. I don't know if you're aware. I've been to China. It was quite the controversial trip, as a matter of fact, because I don't have, unlike many Americans, I don't have an immediate hostility towards China. I think it's just another country existing in the world. And as you also correctly pointed out, they don't have a lot of inherent hostility towards other countries in general. They just have they exercise their self-interest, and their self-interest revolves around maintaining stability around the world. And even simply saying that.
And you know what that self-interest generates? Hostility. You know, self-interest can generate hostility. What do you mean there's no hostility? What about all those territorial disputes that China has with basically every single neighbor? How is that for hostility? What?
Out and correctly pointing to that is seen
literally
as
they're disputing with every single neighbor.
States of America. But I want to hear about your perspective on China a little bit, given as you're someone who went to college here in the United States of America, I believe, right? You went to Yale.
Yeah, I was at Yale.
Yeah, you went to Yale. You had an English degree from Yale, and then you also you worked as a journalist in China for a little bit, and then there was a little bit of controversy. I think you were working. I mean, this is just off your Wikipedia page. You can elaborate.
He's reading this in real time, isn't he?
There was you were working with a American outlet, I think, or an international or Western outlet.
Yeah, PBS.
Oh, you were working with PBS. Okay, cool. And then and what was that about?
Yeah, so I was working as a freelance journalist for the first couple of years. I was in China, and I was working for the Chronicle of Education, Asia Week, some American publications. And then PBS came into town, and this was a time when China was applying to join the WTO, the World Trade Organization. And there were a lot of worker protests around the country due to the restructuring of the state-owned enterprise system, right? A lot of people were losing their pensions, a lot of people were losing their livelihoods. And so they sent me to the northeast of China, a place called Dating, to film a worker protest. And the moment I arrived, I was arrested because there were as you know, in China, there's a huge police presence everywhere. Like lots of plainclothesmen, a lot of spies. So I was arrested the moment I was there, and I was put in a hotel for 48 hours, and I was interrogated, and I was forced to sign a confession saying that I was working illegally in China as a journalist, which I was. I was working in China illegally as a journalist at the time here. And so,
Sorry.
why is that funny?
I just like that you're so honest about it. Or you're like,
Yeah, no.
You're like-
It's illegal to work in China as a journalist. And then I was deported when I was not charged with a crime. There's a difference,
What?
right?
Uh-huh.
So I was deported and I was allowed back in the country anytime I wanted, but they wanted to deport me in order because I mean, like, you can
It's not illegal to work in China as a journalist. What?
imagine when a journalist gets arrested in
You need to have government authorization. It's not illegal.
kind of like when you got stopped at Tiananmen Square, that's big international news, right?
Yeah.
So they,
I mean, even when I got detained for like 3 seconds at Tiananmen Square, that
exactly,
was
yeah.
all over Western newspapers. They're like, "Oh, the communists have arrested him." I mean, it wasn't, but yeah.
Yeah. So they said you can come back anytime, but we have to deport you because you're getting too much attention. And so so after a year, I was trying to write a book, didn't really work out, and I was trying multiple possibilities, but then I ended up going back to China to do documentary filmmaking, and then I worked in the United Nations, Afghanistan, and then after that, I started to work in education reform in China. I built a couple of schools in China that were pretty successful, and then I got fired because I'm a tyrant. I have a certain way of doing things. I have a certain way of educating students, and it didn't really align with Chinese culture and Chinese tradition. I wanted to teach critical thinking. I wanted to teach the Socratic method, and they just wanted kids to get into Yale and Harvard. And I was doing that, but they didn't want the education reform, and so
He speaks like someone who has never had to train himself to articulate ideas to students. He talks like a child whose sentences trail off super quickly towards the end because he has not modulated his speech to be communicative. Instead, he is just trying to finish his ideas. He talks like kids. And then we went to the orchard on the field trip, and then and so on and so forth. One of the things you do as a teacher, you learn to do as a teacher, is you are not going stream of consciousness when you are lecturing. You are trying to get ideas across in a legible fashion to your students. This isn't even a matter of English versus like Chinese being his primary language. This is a matter of like,
have more
he is not attentive to the fact that he is speaking to a person. I have spoken to people, I have had professors with incredibly thick accents from China, and they've been difficult to understand. They do not do this. I had one professor, very nice guy. He had the very bad habit, though, of you know how some people punctuate their spaces. Some people just go silent when they're thinking of the next word to say. Some people will fill it with something, sort of, and so on. He said actually, and the problem is when he said actually, he didn't always mean actually, and so sometimes he would say actually before a metaphor, and it would be very difficult to understand him at times. But he spoke with intent. Right? He was not stream of consciousness. It was not like, and he knew what he was doing and why. Why? Because actual professors plan their lectures. They aren't making it up as they go. He makes it up as he goes.
I was fired from my position. I wandered around China for the next 10 years.
And for the record, China has excellent teachers.
I met my wife, and that's what really changed my life. After I met my wife, we had 3 kids, and so I needed stability in my life, and so I started to go work at a private school, and that's when I started to film my lectures. So I was teaching both geopolitics, game theory, as well as read books. Homer.
He has not studied geopolitics or game theory. He doesn't know what game theory is.
Or Dante, Plato, and that's what made me popular online.
I've seen the videos. So the videos that you have on the internet, you actually have students in the room with you. Like that's a lecture.
Yeah,
from high school. I assume is it high school?
It's a high school, and I have like one student in the class. Yes.
Did you have one student?
It was a high school, and he had one student in the class. That's impossible. Unless what's actually happening is you're someone who has managed to convince some rich person to spend a lot of money on you giving their kid an advantage because they're dumb. They're dumb, and he's a con artist.
Sometimes two, you know. Sometimes if I get lucky, I get two, but yeah, usually one student.
Why only two? Ask why only two, Hassan.
And what's the like? I've looked into the website a little bit, and I feel like it's one of those schools where it's like the goal is to try to get these kids to like American college, right? Is that what it is?
Yeah. So we are a private school. I've left the school, by the way.
Oh, you have? Okay.
Wait, weren't you
I
fired?
left the school to pursue other possibilities. But it's a private school. It's trying to get Chinese kids into American schools, American colleges. But as you can appreciate, a lot of these kids are there because they failed out of the Chinese public school system. The Chinese public school system is very, very rigorous. It's intense, and a lot of kids, I would say the vast majority of kids, flunk out because they develop a lot of depression, they develop psychological issues, and these parents are rich enough to send their kids to America. So I deal with like rich dumb kids.
Yeah.
I deal with rich dumb kids. I deal with who the fuck talks about their students that way? They can see this. Who the fuck talks about their students that way? I don't care if their parents are rich. Who talks about their students that way? What a disgusting parasite.
That's what a lot of Americans don't realize this, but yes, the children of rich kids in other countries with like a public education system oftentimes will send as a secondary option their children to private school in America because it's much harder to get into the best schools.
We're not going to register that? Okay.
Schools in China. Same thing with Turkey as well. I'm a dumb rich kid who had to go.
I keep thinking you're saying it's a pirate school. Your brain is correcting to the truth.
Go to private school in high school because I couldn't get into any of the good schools because I didn't fail, but it's just like I wasn't competitive enough in 8th grade in my test results.
And the grind starts at like age 2 or 1. You know, it's crazy what the parents will do to make sure their kid succeeds on the national entrance examination. I mean, like, these kids are doing cram school at age 3 or 4. They're learning math, they're learning vocabulary,
math at
sports,
2,
swimming. You know, I have 3 kids, and
yeah,
it's impossible
does
for us to
need
raise
to
a
chill
family because our kids can't find any friends. Everyone's too busy studying, and you know, we are very progressive with our kids. We want them to be happy.
Chinese kids are not going to cram school at age 2. Do you know what cram school is?
Yeah, they're not. Come on.
See, are you sure you're from China, sir?
And so
yeah,
all other parents look at us.
They do calculus at school.
Serial killers, you know, like
these make it believable. Okay.
How do you do this to your child? Don't you know that at age 6 or 7, your child's future is already?
Yeah, children start doing math already out of the womb. It's immediately after the womb.
It's also really weird. Like one of the weird. So the ability to swim is actually not very widespread in China. I think it's like it's something crazy, like somewhere between 15 and 30% of Chinese people are able to swim. they're just throwing kids in the ocean at age 2. Yeah, sure.
Like a drug addict for the rest of his life. We get a lot of stares, and we people talk about us behind our backs all the time.
That's wild.
I mean, I told you, it kind of stems from the whole "I'm the smartest guy in the room."
So what's your plan then? Are you planning on bringing them to the West, or are you planning on raising them in Beijing?
Yeah. So my long-term plan is to start foundation schools around the world and I want to promote a new model of education. And there'll be 3 major pillars to this new model of education, and they are great books. I think that in the digital age, it's now the most important thing to read books, especially the great books, right? Homer, Dante, Plato, Shakespeare.
Why?
The second pillar is game
theory.
I
don't know. It's interesting.
How to understand geopolitics, how to understand current.
Game theory doesn't tell you how to understand geopolitics. You can apply game theory to scenarios. You cannot use game theory to understand geopolitics. Geopolitics has to do with conditions on Earth, which means everything is contingent and asymmetrical. You cannot use game theory to understand geopolitics.
events and understand the social forces that determine these events. And the third is their cult, religion, right? So I'm interested in teaching the Kabbalah. I'm interested in teaching Sufism, Vedic philosophy, Taoist philosophy, because I feel
because you're a malignant narcissist who thinks he knows everything, even despite clear evidence that you know literally less than your average undergraduate in an American university.
That
you know, if you really want to understand the world, you need to
that's a
understand
little bit of a lack of self-awareness.
Religion, because the reality is that most people are religious.
Hassan's going to be stumped here because he's an incurious person who doesn't think about anything. That's the problem here. Like, he doesn't care about the world he's in. He gestates and vegetates as a streamer, so he doesn't grow. He's a current events guy.
Ouch.
He's not equipped for this conversation.
Ouch.
So what's going to happen is Professor Jang is going to grow his audience by a large margin, because the people who give a shit about him being wrong about everything already know, and the people who don't are going to find him through Hassan. It's so dumb. Like, it's so dumb.
And
talking about igniting as a streamer.
And I think that it's very hard to understand what's happening in the Middle East unless you look at it from an eschatological lens. Unless you appreciate that there are crazies in the American government, people like Peter Hegseth, who believe they're actually crusaders, that they are gonna go and bring in the second coming of Jesus. A lot of these Zionists are driven by end times eschatology as well. They really believe that they are gonna build a third temple.
Fortunately, Jang is dumbing it down.
And this is going to bring back their sorry, not bring back, but like
and Hassan is trying to protect his image, assuming Jang is smarter than him and will not push back at all. Well, that's the problem. Jang isn't smarter than Hassan. Jang is as smart as Hassan. The difference is that Jang is insane. But the problem here is that Hassan has exactly one asset in his toolbox, and that's that he's rich and people want to be his friend or his enemy. And he cannot dance with people like this. He's going into philosophical territory. He's going into territory that Hassan, as someone who basically never grew up. He never grew up. The one thing that got added to his intellectual curiosities when he turned into an adult was sex. He has not paid attention at all to anything interesting in philosophy, literature, art, whatever. He doesn't care. He has no interest in things. He has no interest in the world. He is a consumer writ large. So arguing with somebody like this, who's bringing up stuff badly, who's stupid, can't follow a train of thought, it's like he's looking at this and he's seeing like Matrix code. He can't read what he's seeing. Hassan is a China stan. He's not a China stan. Also, China is a much less malignant country than the United States is.
Of the Messiah.
Depends
and then God
for whom.
will bring heaven to earth.
I don't think the Uyghur people will agree with that.
You really appreciate,
there's no such a thing as a malignant state to everybody in the same.
I believe in
like
dialectical
now
materialism.
that childish.
No, you don't.
My understanding of the world
depends
revolves
to
around,
whom.
In some ways, it's not dissimilar to game.
China is more malignant to Vietnam than the United States, for example, by a large margin. Depends.
Lord, take me now. I'm ready.
Self-interest on the basis of class, and how societies are organized around the means of production, and everything is downstream from that. But I do think that there are some, spiritual and ideological ways of thinking that might lead people astray. But I think ultimately it's still, it's still the self-interest of the capital owning class. But it seems like you are not a believer in Marxist theory or Marxist thought at all.
I'm sympathetic. If you actually research Kabbalah, you would appreciate that dialectic materialism comes from the Kabbalah, right? So if you look at Marx and his genealogy, both his
Hassan's nodding. He can't answer this. He hasn't read Marx. He's a dialectical materialist, quote unquote, who hasn't read anything. He doesn't know what these fucking words mean. Hey Hassan, tell me what dialectic means. Go on. What does dialectic mean? Break down that word. What's the first part of dialectic mean? What's the last part mean? Go on.
Paternal and paternal.
Isn't Stanley unironically debating a video?
Rabbis. The guy's an aristocrat. Like just go and look at his Wikipedia page. He comes from like
he is Jewish, but he's also very critical of religion in general, and I do feel like the philosophical basis comes from Hegel and not.
He's critical of Hegel. No, it doesn't come. Jesus Christ, no. He's a critic of Hegel. He's a critic of Hegel. He takes from Hegel. The philosophical basis is not from Hegel. The philosophical basis is a critique of Hegel.
Bala, but maybe I misunderstood
Right.
it.
Right. So I mean, my first point is that you're still influenced by your environment, right? I mean, if your parents, your grandparents are talking about Kabbalah every single day, you could reject that, but it's still going to influence how you perceive the world. That's point one. And then point two is that
I do love that no matter how incompetent the interviewer is, Zhang is so stupid that he can still turn it in their favor.
the Kabbalah infiltrated the larger milieu, the zeitgeist of the times, and so I think it's very hard to understand that materialism and communism without thinking about the Kabbalah. That's my experience. This is something we can go deeper.
Communism is not dialectical materialism. Hassan, do not get this wrong.
Into. I can show you a lot of similarities between dialectical materialism and Kabbalah. So
I would
mean,
love to hear more about that, actually, because I feel like it's what you're describing is like almost foundationally diametrically opposed to my understanding of materialist thought, especially when paired with the concept of dialectics, which is to disavow the spiritual. Which, you know, Hegel's dialectic.
No, that's materialism or naturalism. That is not dialectical materialism. The dialectical part is critical here. That's what he takes from Hegel. The dialectical part is that the contradictions between elements of the world is what produces history. That's dialectical materialism. Hegel allows for those contradictions to take place in spirit. That's the difference.
Yes, was more so about the spirit of certain things, whereas like materialism
Is he reading this on Google? What?
disavowed the spiritual, which, you know, Hegel's dialectics, yes, was more so about the spirit of certain things, whereas like materialism is all about, you know, the real world, simply put.
right, okay.
No, spirit is real for Hegel. Spirit is the real for Hegel.
So have you looked at the Tree of Life? The Tree of Life.
Have you looked at the Emerald Tablets, Hassan?
What is the Tree of Life?
Okay.
I mean, I think I know what that is, but I don't know.
Right. Okay. So
What?
The Tree of Life is what Kabbalists believe to be the fundamental underlying logic of the universe. Basically, how God thinks. Basically, how the universe moves. Right. So in their understanding,
What
the
the fuck is this
universe is
conversation?
energy. And this energy has a certain vibration.
Shouldn't you bring notes into something like this? I mean, presumably you know enough that you're not bringing in notes. Like you should be, if you're going to have a debate about this, you should know enough about this to be able to just have a conversation off the top of your head. Like, it's also very important to understand, by the way, that when Hegel means spirit, he doesn't mean what Descartes means by spirit. When Hegel talks about spirit, there are, first of all, different kinds of spirit, but in general terms, it is talking about the unity that exists between things at a certain level of complexity. They develop at certain levels of organization new realms of dynamics and of being. So like objective spirit, for example, would be like things that emerge at the level of like religion and culture and stuff like that. These are domains of activity and being that arise as a result of a certain kind of social development. A kind of like absolute spirit would be like a growing perfect consciousness of one's relationship with the rest of the cosmos, right? Stuff like that. It's not like, oh, there's a separate ghost person apart from you that pilots your flesh like a Gundam pilot. Nobody knows what they're talking about with respect to this. Whatever, moving on.
That it moves. And what the Tree of Life shows you is how this universe moves. And you actually said
How the universe moves.
the Tree of Life. What it is fundamentally is thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Okay? So
Can
the
I
idea
explain this
is like
topic?
everything
Yeah.
produces a polarity, And then this polarity in itself combines to create a new force, which then creates a new polarity. And that's dialectic materialism, right? Marx's great innovation is to say, okay, I'm going to take this idea and apply it to
It's
economics.
dialectics, yeah, but I wouldn't say it's materialism, but
Right.
okay, go on. I shouldn't have stopped you. You're lecturing.
Right. No, but I'm saying that's what the tree of life teaches you. Like the fundamental force of the universe is the thesis, antithesis, synthesis dynamic, right? And you can also say this as the generative force, productive force, and then creation. And what Marx's great innovation is to recognize that, okay, the priority then is economics, okay? And that's how he came up with dialectic materialism. And
No, not the priority is what?
before, people appreciate it as maybe thought or religion.
No, the point is that the modern system is entirely constructed of exchanges of fungible commodities.
And Marx says, no, we can simplify it by prioritizing class differences.
Okay.
What?
Okay. I still don't fully understand how that is similar, but maybe I just don't have the brain power to comprehend it. But okay, so
What?
what's your spiritual analysis then? Because you said everybody believes something, right? Like everybody has like some kind of spiritual understanding of the world, some kind of religious worldview. What would you say yours is?
Right. So, 4 years ago, I was a very happy atheist.
He is actually lecturing Hassan Piker.
I was like you. I was probably more sympathetic to Marx than anyone else.
Hassan is losing at the most softball enemy. Amazing. Zhang is a genius at promoting himself. No, he's not. Zhang isn't a genius at promoting himself. Zhang is showing in real time just how fucking stupid American media has become, that it consumes this. He is the shit that attracts the fly. He's just showing that we're all flies.
I really believe in dialectic materialism.
Wait, that was 4 years ago? You said?
Yeah, 4 years ago. 4 years ago. And then these past 4 years, as I'm teaching history,
Get them prison someday. Show them what real intellectual prowess is.
In the world.
Get him.
I have this
Get him, Mr.
crisis of
President.
faith. And so when I'm looking at what's happening in Iran, I can't explain it.
Hassan is dropping the ball hard. The part that's most annoying too is that his audience is super excited that he's talking to Zhang. Oh my god, he was so dumb. Oh my god, look, he made it. That's it. They are living through him, and they don't realize that he is living by digesting them. It's
True. But I'm focusing on my comic film.
Contempt. I lack the means to express it.
Using game theory. I can't explain it just using, geopolitics. I think there's something much larger going on. I still don't know why Donald Trump attacked Iran. Like, do you know why? Because he's never really articulated a good reason why he decided to go and attack Iran.
Because there is a precedent for hostility to Iran in Republican politics, and by attacking Iran and creating a situation of war, he makes it possible to make, in a state of emergency, a lot of different things more liquid and less stable than they otherwise would be. This includes, for example, rules around elections. This involves rules around moving around American funding, and so on. Pete Hegseth wanted a $1 trillion bill as in response to the war in Iran. This would allow a tremendous amount of money to just be scooped up and put God knows where, which means collected up without any monitoring by Trump and cronies, etc. That's why. This is not hard.
Why do I think he attacked Iran? Because
And also market manipulation. It's a bunch of things at once. It's just creating chaos that you have a certain level of control over so that you can game everything. That's all.
Oh.
I think that the axis of resistance was at its weakest point in the aftermath of 3 years of genocide, and that Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli government was able to make a convincing case to finally strike at Iran, something that like numerous American administrations have said no to. And then he believed foolishly that a regime decapitation would actually create ample ground for regime change.
He's president, by the way.
The Kurdish militias on the ground, foment
Nobel
sectarian
Prize.
conflict,
Nobel Peace Prize
things of
president.
that nature. Of course, it didn't happen. I think Benjamin Netanyahu probably utilized the Venezuela victory as well to his advantage. And outside of that, I think ultimately he wanted to.
Hey Hassan, you have a virulent anti-Semite and a child beater on your stream. What are you going to talk to him about? Oh, can I call you a professor actually? Hey, tell me about the Kabbalah.
One, disrupt the global world, the global energy supply coming out of the Gulf, because the Gulf is already far too close to China, America's only, I think, at this point, geopolitical enemy, and they wanted to. I mean, Trump has been doing this already. He wanted to decouple the rest of the world from China. It failed, obviously, with his tariffs, with his Liberation Day tariffs proposals. And then outside of that, I think he wanted to maintain the world's largest known natural oil supplies in Venezuela, which he did. And then he turned around. He turned around and thought he could then either disrupt the Gulf's energy development and increase the rest of the world's over-reliance on American refined oil, or rather destabilize Iran and then control.
He's very proud of himself for being able to list these things off.
Iran, so that he would no longer have to worry about
Hassan is getting walked like a dog. This is embarrassing.
The rest of the Gulf potentially aligning with China in any meaningful capacity, which could have created.
Mehdi Hassan did this too. Like, they didn't take it seriously what they were doing when they were talking to this guy, so they basically just gave him free publicity. These people are it's so pathetic. It's so unserious. It is so unserious.
A leverage point for China, and would have probably hardened China's position. They're already very clearly aligned with Russia. That's one major energy provider for them, and they still obviously need oil and gas, whereas they are already.
He meanders like Donald Trump. It drives me crazy. It's like, did you not have a game plan for this?
In control of the next, they have monopoly control over the next wave of the world's energy supply, the green energy, renewable energy.
Yeah, that's fantastic. And if like Barack Obama were president, I would agree with your analysis. We're talking about Donald Trump, right? So the thing about Donald Trump is, in his first term, they tried really hard to debrief him. Like, there was the presidential daily briefing, and they recognized this guy doesn't actually read. So at first they tried a paragraph, like instead of one pager, let's give him a paragraph. And it was impossible to focus his attention. He just did not care. So then they were like, okay, like we'll do bullet points, okay? Didn't work either. They're like, okay, we'll draw pictures. And like, didn't work either, okay? Even if you drew pictures for him, he could not keep focus. He could not absorb what you were telling him about geopolitics. And then they recognized the only way to get his attention was to appear on Fox News and tell him the message there. Okay, so this is a guy who has problems paying attention, who has problems being consistent, who has problems putting.
Did Hassan know that Zhang did like 5 interviews with Sneeko before doing this? He knew of one. He mentioned, you talked to Sneeko, didn't you? You talked to academics, professors. Hey, can I call you Professor Zhang? Zhang didn't even ask to be called Professor Zhang. Hassan offered that voluntarily. He's simply reacting to each sentence individually and struggles to make sense of Zhang's whole program. I mean, it's Hassan. I don't think he'd struggle to make sense of any program.
Together coherent thought. So I think he's very emotional. I think he's very instinctual. He believes his own intuition. So I've a hard time believing that he actually thought it out.
I don't think he did. I think that there are
this is boring. I'm ordering a pizza while this is happening. Okay.
Some he trusts clearly that are manipulating him. They're goading him into taking certain actions. But it's like Joe Biden. Joe Biden was far too old to be making any kind of decisions. It was most likely the team around him that were making these decisions and moving him along. George W. Bush famously wasn't, very well put together, but they were just simply signing off on a lot of these things. But I think the people around him were most likely convinced that this was a decent plan of action, which it of course it wasn't, and they had to push back the Chinese summit once. And then when Donald Trump inevitably appeared alongside Xi Jinping in the China summit, because he had to, it was clear that he did not have any leverage. As a matter of fact, he was bargaining from a position of weakness when he went there. And that's part of the reason why he went back on $14 billion arms transfer to Taiwan, which went against like previous American foreign policy. And probably played a major role in normalizing relations across the strait. But again, that's because he lost. But you said there was a spiritual reason that, like, you saw you saw Trump moving against Iran, and that caused your spiritual awakening. So how did that happen?
Right. Okay. So it was a series of events. Okay, but my first great epiphany was when I was teaching Dante, the Divine Comedy. And it was my first time reading Divine Comedy. And it took me a long time to try to appreciate its beauty, its truth. But when I did, I recognized that this could not have been written by a human being.
That was a good line to come back on. What?
Comedy, the Divine Comedy.
Happened, Ron, and that caused your spiritual awakening. So how did that happen?
Right. Okay. So it was a series of events. Okay, but my first great epiphany was when I was teaching Dante, the Divine Comedy, and it was my first time reading Divine Comedy. And
wait, what?
First great epiphany was when I was teaching Dante.
When I was teaching Dante,
the Divine Comedy, and it was my first time reading Divine Comedy.
And it was he was teaching the Divine Comedy, and it was his first time reading the Divine Comedy. Hassan's not going to pick this up. He's got an eraser for a brain. That's funny. Why are you teaching stuff that you're just reading for the first time, Jang? That's weird.
The fuck? What?
And it took me a long time to try to appreciate its beauty, its truth.
It is weird too.
I recognized that this could not have been written by a human being.
What?
It is just so beautiful, so perfect, and it revealed a deeper truth.
It has the word shit in it, by the way.
And my only conclusion is this was not written by a human being out of his own free will, out of his own experience. A lot of things I felt he was channeling God. I felt he was channeling the universe, and then explain the truth in poetry.
He wrote a polemic talking about the Prophet Muhammad being divided up between, split down the middle from where he talks to where he farts. That's what he wrote. Has anybody read Divine Comedy? Like, it's a comedy.
And so the Divine Comedy, what it tells us is that there are two worlds. There's the material world in which we live, and then there's a spiritual world in which our consciousness inhabits. So think of our consciousness as inhabiting infinite dimensions. And our consciousness is able to access the entire universe if we train our consciousness to meditate, to focus, to be ever present. And
there's this Polish thing called
great truths revealed
non-divine comedy, by the way.
Into this, and I recognize that this is what every single great.
See, someone intelligent would see this and go like, "Oh, I've got him on the ropes." Hassan's like,
"Yeah, there's this."
Oh shit, he's talking about religious
Polish
stuff.
Thing called the ungodly, the undivine comedy. I'll be right back. Toilet. I'm back.
Because I talk about CNN.
Religious and spiritual tradition has taught before that ultimately we are part of the divine, that God is in us and that we are in God. And as I continue to study more and more history, I recognize that most humans throughout most of human history have believed this, and they've structured societies around us. Our world is unique in that we are completely materialistic, and that we deny the existence of God, that we deny the existence of the soul, of consciousness. In neuroscience, no one has actually spent any research into the nature of our consciousness, and that's kind of weird.
In neuroscience, no one has spent any research into the nature of our consciousness. Amazing.
Because we spend most of our time thinking, right?
Their entire university, like departments and classes and disciplines, and there are books published about what? This is like this is like the one of the biggest publishing topics in neuroscience.
So, like why haven't we looked into where our thoughts come from, how we structure our thoughts, and how we communicate our ideas?
Well, it's funny because they do constantly, actually. What?
Oh boy.
Daniel Dennett published about this. This is like a big thing.
So the Divine Comedy was a great awakening, and then like
John Searle, Douglas Hofstadter, like this is a popular level writers talk about this.
As I studied history, I recognize a great paradox in our history, which is scientists know that our minds, the way that our minds are structured with the frontal lobe.
Hassan's not saying anything because he doesn't know any of this. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know what planet he's on. The dog probably knows about as much.
Our minds have been this way for the past 200,000 years, but we only have like 10,000 years of recorded history. So what were we doing before?
It's horrifying, isn't it? Hassan's listening to this and he's looking for the grain of truth because he can't keep up. He can't keep up.
I'm back. I would like
he actually
to...
doesn't. I think he's actually stumped.
The Ice Age, like were we just like, you know, in caves, freezing to death, or running around chasing monkeys? Like what were we doing for 200,000 years?
Actually, there's...
And then you look at places like Göbekli Tepe, you know, in Turkey.
Has this guy heard of
like
archaeology?
Forest.
We actually know quite a bit about that stuff.
Valley in the United
What we
States.
were doing.
There's so much evidence of previous civilizations in these places before, and so I don't know how much of our history is real. So these past 4 years, I've been on a journey, and also I've been looking into certain conspiracy theories, such as a moon landing, such as JFK, such as 9/11,
Anthropology,
and the evidence kind of
archaeology. Do those things mean nothing?
In what direction? It's just fake.
In the government is covering things up, right? I mean, like,
What do you think, Hassan?
You just Google World Trade Center building number 7. You're like,
oh my god.
Oh, wait a minute here.
Yeah, Jang is going to use this as a step up to get into places like Joe Rogan. That's the upshot of this.
Pushing conspiracies, and then
I thought 2 buildings came down, right? Because there were 2 planes, but 3 buildings came down that day. So how did that happen?
Did he call the Grand Canyon the Grand Valley? I was like, my brain just logged that way. It's like, oh, maybe that's a thing. Is that what he was referring? That's funny.
Right, and like the moon landing. Oh, okay, we got to the moon, but apparently we lost all the technology. We lost all the data, the telemetry data, and we lost all the footage. So I'm like, oh, how did that happen? You know, like you have this huge bureaucratic organization, and they lost all the technology.
So what do you think is going on? Like you think they just like faked all of it? Like they set up 9/11 on their own?
We lost all the technology. What?
I don't know
went
what
back
this
to the
is
moon.
supposed to mean.
To like go to war in the Middle East to create sufficient cause? Is that what it is?
Again, I unless you have a full vision of the cult and its impact on the imagination of people, it's really hard to understand what their motivations are, right? But once you understand their cult, once you look into secret societies, they really believe they have a religious mandate from God to remake the world in a certain way that welcomes God to our world, right? So look at artificial intelligence, and you know, like this New Yorker article by Ronan Farrow on Sam Altman, where he interviews some OpenAI researchers, and they say like, "Oh, we're trying to summon demons with AI." Like
What?
they're being literal about this. They're not
Stop trying to make them sound cool, Jang.
joking about this. They're not being metaphorical. They're being
You don't
literal.
think that's just
They-
self-interested to greatly increase the potential impact of AI and how scary it is in an effort to justify all the additional billions of dollars in fundraising? Because there's two different.
That's your response to that? That's you're not even going to question.
on this?
You're not even going to question whether that's real or not.
Right? Many people don't believe that AGI is truly possible, and then there are some who are
Does Hassan think that ChatGPT and Claude and Gemini are? Does he think that AI is AI?
simply trying to feed the bubble to the best of their ability.
Dusty's going to roast the hell out of him for this. I mean, justifiably. He served himself up for this. There's nobody forced Hassan to do this.
And
That
part
is
of that
true.
is to say that AI is going to take over everything. It's so scary. And that actually causes a lot of people to pay close attention.
I fucking told you it's going to be a softball because he doesn't have the mental chops to keep up with Jang. Think about that. That's a level of like spiritual poverty you can't simulate. Like he actually is so uninterested. Like a carrot. He is so uninterested in
And
his
yet,
surround.
people are interested in him.
He just has nothing to say to this.
to it and
people
to,
are interested in
continue giving
him.
money to it.
Make of that what you want.
Continue giving money to the likes of Sam Altman.
People are
How
interested
do
in
people
Hassan, what he has
let
to
this
say.
fool ramble and not corral him and bury him? Because the kinds of people who bring him on are bad people. They are people, and I don't mean bad in the sense of like they are malicious. I mean bad in the sense of botched. Like they just never developed an interest in life, in anything. Like zombies, basically zombies. Like it's hard to imagine yourself in their place because it's like, oh, just imagine, you know, like 95% of the stuff that gives you any sort of drive to exist is just gone, and you're just purely appetite. There's nothing else.
Specifically so they can continue, I guess, trying to develop it to the best of their ability. I do have a question for you. So you say
Not Sunday pulling the air NPCs. NPCs sometimes have interesting dialogue. That is unfair to NPCs.
you read The Divine Comedy only 4 years ago? That seems a little far-fetched considering that you got an English degree from Yale.
No, it's not. The Divine Comedy is Italian. What's wrong with you?
Well, I mean, but the Divine Comedy is in Italian, right? So we read Shakespeare, Milton, Keats, Wordsworth. We were reading English poetry.
So you didn't read Divine Comedy through your English major at Yale?
No, it's Italian. It's Italian, Hassan.
No. And Divine Comedy is actually very hard to read. I mean, I read.
It's notoriously very hard to translate. This is one of the reasons why, for example, in the Hannibal series, they made a big deal about Hannibal being a genius because he translated Dante. Good show, by the way.
Classics at Yale. I read, Homer and Plato, but we never read the Divine Comedy.
He got that from chat 100%. I think he's getting everything. I don't think he has any idea what he's doing. He's winging this. Chat's winging. His chat's winging this.
We should have. We should
read
have.
it. We read it in. I think we read. I mean, I read it in Turkey in like 8th grade, I think. But
You read the Divine Comedy in Turkey in 8th grade. No, you didn't. No, you did not. No, you did not. No, that's a lie. No,
I'm
you
gonna
didn't.
Google when you read it.
8th grade. Yeah.
All right.
I didn't fully understand it, but then again, I also didn't think that it was like a divine intervention that like was incepted into Dante's brain.
I spent the past 2 weeks
You
teaching
did it at
Divine
first
Comedy,
grade on high school.
and I spent every
in
single
Poland.
day trying to tell people this is God's work. This is not Dante. This is the universe taking possession of
Divine Comedy's kind of mid, to be honest.
Dante
You did it
in
at
order
first
to
grade
spread
in
the
high
divine
school.
fire to humanity.
In Poland,
I
at
spent the
least.
past 2 weeks doing that, and it's on my channel. So
It's not
Okay.
some university level.
And you're okay. So
whatever.
you read Divine Comedy, and that just like one-shotted you. It one-shotted
Basically,
your
yeah.
mind,
Yeah.
And that somehow ties back to Donald Trump's invasion plans of Iran.
Fucking called it. Oh, this is boring and complicated. I don't like this word book stuff. Can we get back to talking about Donald Trump? That's it. He's got nothing. He's a one-trick pony. This is the worst part about Hassan Piker. Again, I don't hate him as a person. I find nothing admirable about him whatsoever, except for, you know, the fact that he hasn't, at least in the usual way, sold out completely in terms of his political loyalties. But here's the thing, though. If Hassan Piker's family wasn't rich, nobody would give a shit about him. That is why he is where he is. That's it. This is not a person who has any inspiring or powerful conversations, period. Like, he's not just this,
I mean, what do you expect?
This is for all those people who thought I've been trying to suck up to Hassan Piker by praising him for not, you know, being a Zionist shill like Destiny.
And that puts you down this journey. But that happened, you know, that didn't happen 4 years ago, right? That happened 130 days ago is when Donald Trump kickstarted Operation Epic Fear.
Sonny, it's actually him trying to play to his strengths. He shouldn't be in this interview then. Like, but also, like, don't let him open up on that or have a prepared way to bring it back to the topic.
So the timeline is a little messed up for me.
But also, it's not playing to his strengths because he presumed basically out the gate that this guy predicts geopolitics. But he doesn't. He doesn't predict geopolitics. He's also not a professor. Jang came on. You can just say Jang. No, we'll put professor on. Idiot.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to.
Okay. All right. So here's my theory. And again, I could be completely wrong. Okay, but based on my reading of Divine Comedy, this is what I think happened. Okay, there are many Jewish occultists, okay, Kabbalists, okay, who are intent on ushering the end.
5
If
hours.
he's not going to
Okay,
push back against this, he's going to get
long.
pummeled because he allowed an anti-Semite to rail on his chat for like an hour.
Times, because they want God to come to earth and to reunite with the Jewish
I'm gonna
people.
finish this video
Okay,
and then it's gonna be.
And so one group that is very prominent, very powerful, are the Chabad Lubavitch movement, and then Rebbe Sneerson was leader of that movement for many decades. You know, he's obviously passed away. But the thing about Chabad Lubavitch is like they are the largest property owners in Brooklyn. Okay, so
Does he
By
mean
the way,
it means Chabad?
they made.
Is that pronounced Chabad? I thought it was Chabad.
They bought
Chabad,
property way
yes.
back before World
It's
War II,
not
and now they're
Chabad
basically the
Lubavitch.
biggest real estate developer
And I've actually
in Brooklyn. And a lot of people
visited
that are
their
in real estate are maybe
branch,
French people,
quote
who
unquote,
have
in
the
Warsaw.
Lubavitch movement, including like the Kush
Chabad
movement,
Lubavitch.
right?
No, it's Chabad. It's Chabad.
Donald Trump would obviously have had dealings with Chabad Lubavitch. They're not interested in the mature world. They don't care about that. What they're interested in is fulfilling their end times prophecy. There are three major pillars to the end times prophecy. The first is the completion of the Greater Israel Project, right? Second is the
So it's Chabad. No, it's not. It's like it's in between. It's like Chabad, right? Chabad.
return of the Jewish diaspora to Jerusalem.
What's this
Chabad
interview about?
Lubavitch.
Whatever Jang wants.
Chabad Lubavitch.
Hassan just served up his platform
I've
on a
been
silver
in the
platter
thing
to
in
Jang,
Warsaw.
just for free, so that Hassan can get the Jang clout, I guess.
Give us another
know.
credit. I do
It's
radicalize
pathetic.
myself to Hassan. Yeah?
It's
You did?
genuinely pathetic. It's like
Wait.
you don't need to do this, Hassan.
What was your radicalism?
You've won at streaming. You can pick and choose your battles and you can prepare for them. But nope. He got an opportunity to talk to a big famous person, so he gets to be in the same room. Doesn't matter if he embarrasses himself for all time. Doesn't matter if he makes it so that a grifter gets a massive boost to his notoriety. Nope. This is Hassan's adventure. Okay, you're all just a lubricant for it.
They want all Jews
What the-
to
what?
return to Israel.
What?
And they're fanatical about it.
Lubricant?
They're very serious about it. And the third is the building of the third temple, because that is
Oh, you were
where
offended?
God will live. Okay, so if you just go into the
My condolences. Well,
about
if Hassan tweet you out of that, then I guess I can give him definitely credit
for
for that.
decades, they were planning this. Now, the thing about these religious Jews is they spend all their time meditating on the Torah. You know,
Wait,
they recite
Professor
the
Zhang,
Torah.
before we move on, I have to ask you some questions
Right.
here. So
Oh, chat posted something.
you're saying the Chabad Lubavitch movement predates Zionism as an ideology, and that it was actually a foundational ideology before Zionism, pre Theodore Herzl, pre Jabotinsky, and the like, and that
I
they
believe
are
Chabad
responsible
Lubavitch was
for
actually made in the Polish
Zionism
Lithuanian
as a
Commonwealth.
prominent ideology, as a settler colonial ideology.
Okay. Let's be precise. So after the Protestant Reformation, the idea, there were many different groups, including the Freemasons, including the Sabine Frankists, many different groups who are interested in the second coming of Jesus. Okay, people like Isaac Newton thought that now that you have direct access to the Bible is the divine plan, because the Bible is literally the Word of God, right? And if you read the Bible in a certain way, right, if you focus on the books of Daniel, the books of Ezekiel.
No, it was created in 1775 after the first partition, so it was in the Russian Empire.
Plan is going to reveal itself to you.
Hello, Incub. We're looking at a President Sunday video.
He's clocked out.
I'm actually primarily I'm creating a manga for the competition. Oh wait, this is really important, Gilbis. Live Senate hearing. Oh, hello Yellowstone. What's the live Senate hearing? Hold on, Yellowstone. Just. Also, do I know you, Yellowstone? I don't mean to be mean. I just do I know you? Might as well check.
Hi.
Mr. Whitehouse.
Hi.
Ms. Klobuchar.
No by proxy.
Mr. Coons.
No by proxy.
Mr. Blumenthal.
No by proxy.
Okay, what is this about?
Mr. Rono.
What is this hearing about?
Mr. Booker.
No by proxy.
Mr. Padilla.
No by proxy.
Mr. Welch.
No by proxy.
Mr. Schitt.
Aye.
Chairman Grassley.
The nomination,
On this vote, the ayes are 14, the nays are 7.
the nomination will be favorably reported. Now,
Yeah, there's the
last
manga
one is
competition at the end of this month,
Antonio Pozo,
on the 22nd.
Eastern District,
And I'm
Pennsylvania.
making a manga
Clerk will call
actually,
roll.
unironically for it.
Mr. Gordon. Mr. Lee. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Tillis.
I made a storyboard and now I'm making the manga. See?
Blackburn.
I'm gonna send this work to the competition.
Blackburn.
What is this hearing about?
Mrs. Britt. Mr.
A
Moody.
person called Yellowstone sent it to me.
Aye.
Mr. Whitehouse.
No.
Ms. Klobuchar.
No by proxy.
Mr. Coons.
No by proxy.
Mr. Blumenthal.
No by proxy.
Ms. Rono.
What about Tom Blanche?
Mr. Booker.
No by proxy.
Mr. Padilla.
No by proxy.
Mr. Welch.
No by proxy.
Mr. Schitt. Chairman Grassley.
Aye.
On this vote, the ayes are 12, the nays are 9.
The nomination favorably voted on will be reported. We will, this ends our business meeting. Now I call the hearing to order. I would like to have
Okay.
the witnesses, would you please stand, because
All right.
we swear each in at every meeting. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give before this committee will be the truth, the whole
sure
truth,
what's
and
wrong with
nothing
it?
but the
And
truth?
then I'll
So help you
finish
God.
soon.
I do.
They all
do.
answered affirmatively.
So I've made the first two pages in Cook, by the way. These are the very first two pages on the thing. Supposed to make a one shot. And so I'm making a one shot. I've got a one shot ready, the story is ready, and I'm just drawing the pages. The storyboard, it's storyboarded,
Welcome back.
I'm just following the
Senator
storyboard to
Ashcroft.
draw the thing.
Will you please
How
begin
do you
your
like the first two
testimony,
pages?
and then we'll go
Like,
right
it's on the
down
screen right now. The first two pages should be on
list
screen
of
right
people the
now.
way you're seated there.
Well, thank you, Chairman Grassley and Ranking Member Durbin. I'm grateful to you, and please allow me just a moment to extend my condolences to the committee, the friends and colleagues of Senator Lindsey Graham. He had a vivid history of bringing out the best in people he worked with on both sides of the aisle.
He was good on Ukraine, and that's it.
And I take this moment to say my condolences and my sympathy also to Jennifer Boss, whose daughter was brutally murdered. Allow me to thank you for your serious consideration and attention to the constitutional
it's not a vote, it's a
responsibility
hearing.
of
They're
confirming
grilling,
high-ranking executive branch
the guy
officials.
that's to become
It's an honor for me to participate with you today by
appointed
my appearance,
Attorney General.
testifying and sharing my
Trump.
profound support for the nomination of the Honorable Todd Blanche as
hearing.
Attorney General of the United States is something for which I am deeply grateful.
Witnesses testify before
Justice
Senate
is best
about
served in
Todd
the United
Blanche in
States
a
through a
Attorney
commitment to
General
uphold the Constitution and
confirmation
laws
hearing, right?
of this country.
Attorney
Integrity
General?
is an indispensable
Yeah, Attorney
imperative
General.
for the rule of law. The rule of law is the best friend of constitutionally guarded liberty. For the highest quality administration of justice, law enforcement must never be diluted nor contaminated by personal bias or political preferences. Todd Blanche's record of upholding the Constitution and enforcing the law recommends him supremely to serve America as the 88th Attorney General of these United States. I know of no person of a higher commitment to integrity. He has spoken the unvarnished truth to those he works for and to those he works with. Todd's career stands as an outstanding record of public service. He is a consistently well-prepared, tough, but fair prosecutor, fundamentally focused on the Constitution. He understands that he has a profound responsibility in the Justice Department to seek justice, not merely to prosecute. 25 years ago, during my opportunity to serve as Attorney General, Todd worked as an individual in the Justice Department. And in his law school years, Todd worked with the Justice Department, and in that respect, upon graduation from law school, he clerked for several judges, two of whom are now serving on the respected nationally focused Second Circuit Court of Appeals. So he had an understanding of the law from both the prosecutorial side and the side of the bench. Following his clerkships, Todd became an assistant United States attorney as the U.S. Attorney Office for Southern District of New York, a premier prosecutorial office of the United States. He spent roughly 2 years as the co-chief of the Violent Crimes Unit, supervising there nearly 24 prosecutors. Then served as a co-chief of the
I don't know his
office's White
tenure, so I
Plains
cannot
Division,
comment.
where he presided over a wide span of work: public corruption, securities and bank and wire fraud, federal programs fraud, Medicare fraud, RICO, and violent crime. Today, as Deputy Attorney General and Acting Attorney General, Todd energizes the roughly 115,000 employees from across Main Justice, the FBI, the DEA, the U.S. Marshals Service, ATF, and 93 U.S. Attorney's offices that span the United States. He's conducted the department's daily operations at full scale, demonstrating his readiness to manage the office in his own right. Todd therefore brings to the Department of Justice a relevant reservoir of experience, coupled with sound judgment on an array of different issues. They're all related to law enforcement and the administration of justice. He understands that the rule of law exists to secure this and safeguard the God-given rights of liberty and freedom in America. In professional moments, both private and public, I have seen Todd's thoughtful, decisive, yet humble leadership. He's a careful and willing listener, skilled at welcoming diverse viewpoints. He is adept at synthesizing and harmonizing different voices in complex situations. He is comfortable in being held to account and he will require those in the department to be similarly accessible and accountable. Todd Blanch's record reflects a commitment to the rule of law and the Constitution. Our 250th anniversary properly reminds us that liberty is the core value of America. In fact, it's a core value of human existence. To safeguard this core cultural value, America needs an Attorney General exclusively devoted to the rule of law and who unfailingly will honor his oath to the Constitution. Todd Blanch is the right person for that responsibility. Mr. Chairman and committee members, thank you for what I consider to be a privilege to appear before this committee and communicate to you my unreserved endorsement of Todd Blanch for Attorney General of the United States. And I thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Ashcroft. Now, Ms. Bensky.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank you and the committee.
Microphone.
Push the red button.
There we go. Thank you. First, I'd like to thank you all, and thank you to the committee for hearing survivor voices. I'd like to remind you of who you're hearing from today. At this time, can my survivor sisters and family please rise?
Oh, it's going to be all this time?
We may look like grown adults when you see us now, but we were children. Young girls at the time of our abuse. These are the photos of when our innocence, dreams, and lives were stolen. Please take these faces in as you think of us as your own family, daughters, nieces, sisters. Now look at our faces and remember the women and families of who the DOJ re-victimized. You guys can sit. Thank you so much. I'm a teacher. In my school, if a student released a nude photo depicting a peer's sexual assault and abuse, they would almost certainly face expulsion. And yet, this is what our Department of Justice did to crime victims. Today, Todd Blanch has been at the helm of the release of nude images of survivors, the outing of Jane Doe's, and the exposure of more than 100 victims identifying information and documents describing horrific acts of abuse, including my own. Instead of treating this release as its own violation and holding the man who led it accountable, you have a decision on whether you place him in the highest law enforcement position in this country. In December, before the document release, our attorneys submitted 350 victims' names to the Department of Justice as victims' names to be redacted prior to the release. In that first release, I found my name in 2 places. In that next release in January, my name appeared again, but this time the redactions were so far worse. The files displayed not only my name, but my phone number, my former addresses, where I worked, and other identifying information. When my name appeared in the 3rd file release, it became difficult to believe that this was not intentional. Despite my lawyer repeatedly contacting the DOJ, seeking protection, my information continued to be exposed. And it's not just my name, it's the identifying information. These documents contain disturbing yet incomplete accounts of my abuse. They were available not only for the entire world to see, but my child, my students, my friends, my employers, my colleagues, and my family. It was humiliating. Worse, my FBI 302 exposed a Jane Doe who had fought for decades to conceal her identity. It's been absolutely devastating. Outing survivors causes real and irrevocable harm.
Abusers.
While coping with our emotional distress and
the abusers' names are censored, by the way, just so you know. So you know don't worry, the abuser's identity is well
psychological trauma.
Protected.
We also have lost our privacy and confidentiality, suffered reputational harm, lost jobs, and now fear for our personal safety. We are not activists. We are crime victims. For us, this has never been about politics. It has been about getting justice for the crimes committed against us. The redactions are not the only problem with Todd Blanche's nomination. Todd Blanche has never attempted to listen to us, the crime victims. Survivors in this room repeatedly asked to meet with Todd Blanche through multiple channels. He never responded. Yesterday, he said he would meet with us, with our attorneys, if they were present. But let's be clear, that was the first time that was ever communicated to us before yesterday. He simply ignored us for the last 8 months. He has been radio silent, and the silence was deafening. Crime victims deserve better from the nation's highest level of law enforcement officials. We deserve to be heard directly, not dismissed and ignored. There are numerous investigative leads that must be followed, despite Mr. Blanche's claim that there are none. Epstein and Maxwell did not abuse women and children alone. They did not build their operation alone. Others enabled these crimes, exploited victims, and avoided accountability for decades. You do not have to take my word for it. Several weeks ago, after examining the evidence, Chairman James Comer directed Todd Blanche to open investigations into 2 men connected to Epstein. The Epstein files are not merely a collection of embarrassing names and politically damaging associations. They are records connected to the sexual exploitation and trafficking of girls and young women. They contain information about how Epstein's network worked, who assisted him, and whether additional crimes can still be investigated. The Department of Justice should pursue every credible lead, not just work tirelessly, not just to shut down the investigations. The survivors in this room know there are investigative leads because they are our stories. Mr. Blanche knows it too, yet he has chosen not to pursue them. Mr. Blanche's actions have destroyed survivors' trust. According to public reporting, Mr. Blanche spent approximately 9 hours meeting with Ghislaine Maxwell. He did not even spend 9 minutes meeting with the survivor. Afterward, Maxwell was transferred to what many have described as a summer camp prison. We learned all of this through the news. Imagine what that feels like as a survivor to sit there if you were exploited by Ghislaine Maxwell and you're hearing this for the first time with no explanation, no outreach, and no transparency from your... And to add insult to injury, the information that Todd Blanche gathered in the White House Situation Room last summer to curb the political fallout from the Epstein files was absolutely abhorrent. Instead of following investigative leads, our government treated and continued to treat this as a political crisis that needs to be managed. In our nation, everyone deserves equal protection under the law. Todd Blanche has been unwilling to protect Epstein survivors' personal information. And he has been resistant to investigate the people who helped Epstein and Maxwell commit those crimes. We need an attorney general committed to ensuring that everyone who facilitated Epstein's crimes is held accountable. Please, I implore you, please, think carefully and think about the girls in these photos. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bensky. Now, Ms. Boss.
Thank you, Chairman Grassley. Is it on? Thank you, Chairman Grassley and Ranking Member Durbin and members of the committee.
Can you pull it real close to you?
Pull it there.
Yeah, I think that's right.
There you go.
My name is Jennifer Boss. I live in Antioch, Illinois. I'm the mother of an angel named Megan Boss, and I'm here because my daughter's tragic and gruesome death has exposed catastrophic failures in immigration enforcement and drug trafficking policies. The investigation into her death continues, but one truth is painfully clear. Dangerous gaps in our system allowed an illegal alien to exploit our laws, and my daughter paid the ultimate price. Losing Megan and then being forced to navigate multiple broken systems while drowning in grief taught me that policies carrying life or death consequences cannot remain political talking points. That's why I've tried, despite the most intense heartache anyone can ever experience, to speak locally and nationally about the 4 crises that compounded our tragedy: illegal immigration, sanctuary policies, the fentanyl crisis, and cashless bail. I'm so grateful that the whole of this administration, with Todd Blanche leading the DOJ, has prioritized all 4 of these issues. I'm asking the committee not to wait until another mother is sitting where I am. Confirm Todd Blanche. He is a leader who will uphold the law, honor victims, confront dangerous criminal organizations, and fight to give other American families the safety and lasting protection that came too late for mine. I couldn't save my daughter, but Todd Blanche is Attorney General. He might save yours, because next time it could be your child. It could be your family. It could be you. This can happen to anyone. We must have leaders that are willing to act before the next life is taken. Leaders that are willing to confront the failures instead of explaining them away. Leaders like Todd Blanche. Megan was my firstborn. She was a mom and a sister and an aunt, loyal friend. She was bubbly and funny. She loved to be silly. Sorry. She was extraordinarily creative. And she was blessed with a spirit that just lit up the room. In February of 2025, Megan disappeared. For 51 days, our family lived in the most unbearable agony. Day after day, I did everything I could think of to search for her. Instead of bringing Megan home, our search ended with the most unbearable truth a mother could ever be forced to face. We learned that Megan's life had been cut short and her body was concealed, stuffed upside down in a garbage can filled with bleach by an illegal alien that had no right to be here. Again, she was stuffed upside down in a garbage can for 51 days, soaking in bleach. For 7 weeks, this man walked past that garbage can on his way to the bakery he worked at every day under a fake name. And during those weeks, I couldn't breathe or eat or sleep. We searched his neighborhood. We knocked on his door. We left Megan flyers with Megan's face on every surface we could find. And then I learned she was only a driveway distance away from us the whole time. Excuse me. Not only was she killed, but her dignity was stolen in death. Had Megan not been identified by the tattoos that she loved so dearly, even the beautiful image of my daughter that I hold in my heart, my head, it would have been replaced forever by the unbearable image of what had been done to her.
I don't think the takeaway
Megan's
of the story should be
she was only 5 years old when this happened.
the immigration aspect.
Her life with Megan and her right to know and make memories with her
I
mom.
think the takeaway is
It
all
was stolen.
people that come to the country are
This is
involved.
Megan's bracelet. It's a charm bracelet we started when she was 5. And it has every memory on it from growing up. Every milestone, every place that we visit, anything that was important to her. It's here. This is her story. And these are the stories that she should be telling her daughter. I have to hope I can remember them all.
There's so many. My husband and I, we won't be retiring like we imagined, of course, because we have to pray that we live long enough to raise her little girl into adulthood. And this is because our laws that we already have aren't enforced. This is why victims don't care about partisan victories. We care whether the dangerous criminals and drug traffickers and cartels are stopped before another loved one is buried and another family's life is shattered.
What does that have to do with cartels?
Right now, governors and local officials enact sanctuary protections, cashless bail policies, and identification laws that undermine federal enforcement and create dangerous public safety loopholes. A criminal that's released under a reckless local policy does not remain inside that city or state.
Criminal.
He can cross into yours. Megan's perpetrator was released the day after he was arrested. Do you want him as your neighbor?
What does that have to do with being undocumented?
Angel families have told me how they've been entirely abandoned and ignored by the government. Our children and our families were politically inconvenient. Some of these angel families have been asking for someone to listen to the stories and learn from what's happened to us for more than 25 years.
What is the lesson supposed to be?
In this very room, the last angel mom that sat here was asked how come she was here and why did they have to sit through another hearing. That's beginning to change now under the current leadership of Todd Blanche. Angel families finally are feeling heard and respected and taken seriously. There is a renewed focus on prosecuting immigration crimes and the transnational criminal organizations, drug trafficking and the like.
Completely unrelated things.
So much work that's done by ICE and Homeland
Security. Cartels, drug trafficking,
it's
and
not
being undocumented.
to detaining the individuals who escape detection at the border. Their work is life-protecting. From the time that I've spent talking with Todd Blanche, I knew immediately that he makes victims a priority.
Yeah, it's just
under his direction, the DOJ has engaged directly with the angel families and treated us not like political props, but as partners in preventing future
tragedies. You are literally
tragedies.
treated like a political prop right now.
Asked for.
During this hearing.
Justice can't bring our children
You're
home.
literally being treated like a political prop right now.
Nothing can. So the justice that we're seeking now is the assurance that their deaths won't be ignored.
Yeah,
and they won't be in
partisan.
vain.
This
and preventable tragedies
very bizarre.
From these laws not being enforced won't be repeated. I 100% believe Todd Blanche will be the one who can deliver that justice. Saving lives of
it's
people
like
who
what is supposed to be the takeaway here? That all immigrants are murderers in the making?
Good morning, Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and members of this committee.
Yeah.
I am here as a public servant, a former Justice Department employee, and a concerned American who cares deeply about the future of our country. I had great hope that Todd Blanche would be an effective leader and a responsible steward of the Department of Justice, but he quickly proved me wrong. 2 days after Mr. Blanche was confirmed as Deputy Attorney General, he fired me from my position as the department's career pardon attorney. I declined to rubber stamp a political favor for a friend of the president, and it cost me my job. Mr. Blanche's office had asked me to recommend restoring the gun ownership rights of a convicted domestic abuser. I raised concerns about public safety, but Mr. Blanche's staff pressured me to go along anyway. I did not. Domestic violence is the leading type of homicide among women. When a domestic abuser is armed, his victim is 5 times more likely to be killed. But because this particular domestic abuser had a personal relationship with the president, Mr. Blanche's staff asked me to set aside my concerns. When I wouldn't, Mr. Blanche fired me within hours. He then took extraordinary measures to silence me. He sent U.S. Marshals to my home in an effort to prevent me from speaking with members of Congress. I was shocked to hear Mr. Blanche's testimony about this yesterday. What he said about my firing is provably false. His claim that it had nothing to do with the concerns I raised is contradicted by documents and evidence. His claim that he tried to call me before sending marshals to my home is flat out false. His claim that it is normal for DOJ to use armed law enforcement officers to deliver mail to the homes of its former employees is preposterous.
What?
The casual lies that Mr. Blanche tells, even while sitting in this chair testifying to this committee, are emblematic of a much larger problem. Courts across the country have said they can no longer trust the Justice Department to uphold the law and tell the truth. There are over 700 documented instances of DOJ violating judicial orders. There are nearly 100 cases in which judges appointed by both parties have found that DOJ presented false or misleading information in court. Earlier this week, a federal judge found that Mr. Blanche personally misled this Congress about the department's settlement agreement with President Trump.
Uh-oh.
To the American public, it looks like Mr. Blanche is running DOJ as Donald Trump's personal law firm.
I mean,
he is using law enforcement powers to pursue petty grudges harbored by the president. These pointless vendettas are wasting our scarce resources and destroying DOJ's credibility. Mr. Blanche has repeatedly placed President Trump's interests ahead of the interests of the country. The collusive settlement agreement is a perfect example. It protects the entire Trump family and all of their businesses from any investigation or audit forever. It gives away nearly $2 billion of our money for no reason at all. It is a windfall for the president and his allies at the expense of the American people. A court found that signing this agreement was a betrayal of Mr. Blanche's duty to zealously represent the interests of the United States. That is the most basic obligation of the Attorney General. Mr. Blanche said yesterday that the settlement fund is dead. It is not. That is Contract Law 101. Mr. Trump or his sons could seek to enforce it at any time. Mr. Blanche gave bizarre excuses for not meeting with Jeffrey Epstein's victims. Yet he spent 2 days personally eliciting testimony from Ghislaine Maxwell, Epstein's partner in crime. After this imprisoned sex trafficker made statements claiming to exonerate the president, she was moved to a minimum security camp. That is a grievous breach of DOJ policy.
That is crazy.
It is an abuse of Mr. Blanche's office. It is a terrible betrayal of Epstein and Maxwell's victims.
It is, but you know.
Mr. Blanche's callous approach to the Epstein case matches his cavalier attitude toward rearming domestic abusers. At the end of the day, the priority of this DOJ is protecting powerful men, even when it comes at the expense of vulnerable women. What Mr. Blanche is doing is dangerous. Earlier this week, 2 Supreme Court justices sat here and testified about the terrifying threats that judges are facing in this country. Meanwhile, Mr. Blanche is fueling those threats by attacking judges who rule against the administration and declaring a war against the courts. These are not partisan concerns. Americans across the political spectrum rely on DOJ to keep us safe and free. Mr. Blanche has shown that he is willing to put all of that at risk to serve a political agenda. I beg the members of this committee to think about what this is costing our country. Please do not degrade our justice system further by promoting Mr. Blanche. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Hara. Now, Mr. Adler.
Good morning, Chairman Grassley, Ranking Member Durbin, and distinguished members of the Senate Judiciary Committee. My name is John Adler, and I appear before you today in my personal capacity to provide testimony in support of the nomination of the Honorable Todd Blanche to serve as the United States Attorney General. I respectfully offer my perspective, both as a former colleague of Acting Attorney General Blanche and as a national law enforcement organization leader. My experience in law enforcement spans over 30 years, and I was honored to serve under 10 attorney generals as a federal law enforcement officer. Concurrent with my active duty law enforcement service, I also served as the national president of the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association for 2 terms, representing federal offices from 65 different agencies nationwide. As a volunteer law enforcement leader, I had and continue to have the privilege of serving with the leaders of the largest national law enforcement organizations, including the FOP, NAPO, NSA, IACP, and others. I have dedicated my life towards making it safer for those who serve and supporting innovative approaches towards augmenting both officer and public safety, which are intertwined. As a career tactical instructor, I emphasize marrying tactical proficiency with compassion and civility. Within a legal context, I am convinced that Acting Attorney General Blanche exudes this. When I joined the U.S. Attorney's Office in April 2001, I met an incredibly intelligent and highly motivated paralegal by the name of Todd Blanche. My first impression of then paralegal Blanche was that he moved like a football fullback, carrying the federal criminal statutes book under his arm as he charged through the revolving doors. It didn't take long for me to figure out why all the prosecutors were so friendly with Mr. Blanche. They all wanted him on their trial teams. It was clear from the beginning that paralegal Blanche had a passion for prosecuting violent crimes. He later became an assistant U.S. attorney, and his amazing work ethic and passion for combating violent crime were unparalleled for a new AUSA. AUSA Blanche exuded the speak softly but carry overwhelming evidence demeanor. It was no surprise to anyone at the office that AUSA Blanche ultimately became the co-chief of the Violent Crimes Unit. It was clear that Unit Chief Blanche was fully committed to litigating violent crime cases in furtherance of public safety. For context, I want to emphasize that the Acting Attorney General began his paralegal and prosecutorial career in an office that was predominantly represented by AUSAs with different political views. What impressed me during my 16 years with the U.S. Attorney's Office was the unified commitment to the rule of law, irrespective of political affiliation. I am absolutely convinced that if confirmed as the Attorney General, Acting Attorney General Blanche will carry forward that spirit and unwavering commitment to the rule of law. During the terrorist attacks on September 11, 2001, the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of New York was located in the hot zone in New York City. While we often hear the Acting Attorney General speak of the extraordinary bravery of first responders who run forward into harm's way, he exuded that charge-forward spirit during the challenging days following 9/11. I have profound respect for his service-above-self spirit then, and it has only grown. Moving forward to Deputy Attorney General Blanche's tenure as the Acting Attorney General, his outreach and engagement with law enforcement nationwide has been extraordinary. Same can be said for his 24/7 staff. In speaking with my fellow national law enforcement organization leaders, it is clear that they have great respect for the Acting Attorney General and appreciate his commitment to backing the blue. Acting Attorney General Blanche has demonstrated a strong commitment to officer safety and ensuring that all law enforcement officers have the same protection under the law. According to the FBI's recent annual report, 90,000 law enforcement officers were assaulted in 2025. That represents a 10-year high. Acting Attorney General has made clear that his department will stand by law enforcement and support the prosecution of anyone who assaults a law enforcement officer. Civility does not work when it's one-sided. He has earned the respect and admiration of officers nationwide. In terms of civility, Acting Attorney General Blanche has distinguished himself during the substantial time he spent with all the national law enforcement organizations during National Police Week. In particular, the time he spent with the concerns of police survivors, which are the survivors of our heroes killed in the line of duty, was heartfelt and riveting. Much like his powerful support for our angel families, Acting Attorney General Blanche is equally supportive of the surviving family members of our fallen heroes, and I have no doubt he will continue that as he prioritizes the safety of all Americans. As the father of a beautiful teenage daughter, I worry about her safety every day. I expect our government leaders to do everything they can to support a safe and just quality of life for all our children. That should be an unbreakable priority. I sleep well knowing that my daughter's safety and all Americans are an unwavering priority for Acting Attorney General Blanche and his team. Under his leadership and through the dedication of all law enforcement officers, violent crime continues to be driven down. We must sustain these powerful results, and we need Acting Attorney General Blanche to be confirmed as our nation's chief law enforcement officer. Throughout my law enforcement career, I wore and continue to wear a pendant that has John 15:13 inscribed. Greater love hath no one than this, to lay down one life for a friend. I am absolutely convinced that the Acting Attorney General Blanche, will exude that spirit of the Scripture and do everything he can to protect the safety of all Americans by following the rule of law. I therefore respect that the committee set aside any political differences, demonstrate its unwavering commitment to both officer and public safety, and vote to confirm Acting Attorney General Blanche as the next Attorney General.
What if he doesn't get confirmed? What happens then?
Ms. Boss, first of all, thank you for your courage coming forward. You know how important it is to have effective leadership in pursuing justice. I think you've answered my question in your last 2 minutes of your testimony, but I'd like to give you an opportunity to say it once again, how you feel about Mr. Blanche and the prospects of his continued leadership at the Justice Department.
Thank you, Chairman. I feel like we have already seen what has come out of the Justice Department as far as the prosecutions of the drug trafficking, the cartels. He is following up the hard work of the men and women that are in our
the same lady as
the
before.
ICE agents, CBP, and he's prosecuting those dangerous criminals, and that is making a difference.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Ms. Oyer, we know the Biden administration was the most active pardoning administration in American history. 4,000 total acts of clemency.
I'm sorry. What about the J6 pardons?
Attorney on January the 17th, 2025, when President Biden granted more communications in a single day than any prior president had over that entire presidency. Is that right?
I was the pardon attorney on that date, sir.
Okay. Were you also the pardon attorney on December 23rd, 2024, when President Biden commuted 37
Donald Trump has pardoned significantly more people than Joe Biden across his first term and the beginning of his second term. Trump has granted more than 1,700 pardons, which includes an individual list of over 200 persons and a mass pardon erasing the verdict of more than 1,500 January 6 Capitol rioters.
Girl Lexus Roberts. He shot Lexus 4 times and slit her throat after the girl had witnessed him murder her mother. Did you object to President Biden's commuting his sentence?
Sir, I'm not able to discuss the recommendations that I made to the president regarding acts of clemency.
Can you speak? Did you turn your microphone on?
I believe it's on, sir.
What the
You
fuck?
were the pardon attorney, yeah.
I was, yes. Yes,
You
sir.
recommended, you didn't object to the recommendation.
Sir, I'm not able to discuss the recommendations I provided to the president about
Okay.
clemency matters, which are
I
considered
want
to
you to
be
know,
covered by executive privilege.
okay, I want you to know that I have read evidence that you made this recommendation. So are you telling me the evidence I read that I'm wrong? So
What?
did you make the recommendation, or you don't want, you're
He
telling
keeps
me you
repeating
can't
she
talk
cannot
about
talk about
Sir,
it.
just like Mr. Blanche explained yesterday, I'm not free to discuss the recommendations that I provided to the White House because they are covered by executive privilege.
You can't even tell me if you contacted the victim's family. You can't say yes or no to that?
Sir, I cannot talk about the discussions I had unless the White House chooses to waive the executive privilege. I would be happy to come back and speak with you or other members of this committee.
And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you what I know. So let's go to the case of Jorge Avila Torres, who stabbed to death 8-year-old Laura Hobbs and 9-year-old Crystal Tobias, who were riding their bicycles in Chicago suburb. He had also sexually assaulted at least one of them, and 4 years later he strangled to death a 20-year-old naval officer, Amanda Snell, in her barracks. So you can't talk about this, but I have read evidence that you made this recommendation. And you can't even tell me yes or no whether you made that recommendation.
Well, sir, what I can tell you is that President Biden did commute the sentences of 37 individuals who are on death row to sentences of life imprisonment, and all of those individuals will remain incarcerated for the rest of their lives, most likely in maximum security prisons.
Well, we know what the commentation did, but the fact is that they were taken off death row. Then we have the case of Dylan Roof, shot up a church in South Carolina. That made national history for a long period of time in his trial.
What the
he
fuck?
Murdered 9 African Americans in a racially motivated attack.
Oh, when Trump
and you're telling me you
people,
can't
they
talk about
go
that,
free.
but I have
When
read evidence
Biden
that you made this
pardoned people, it was from the death row to
since you
life
can't
in
comment
prison. Fuck
on it,
you.
I'm just going to have
Fuck
to tell you
off.
that
This
you
is
made that
ridiculous.
recommendation.
Really?
Robert Bowers murdered 11 people
Oh, but the
in
fact is, they
Pittsburgh
were
Tree of
taken off
Life
death row.
Synagogue
What?
in the deadliest attack
This is
on
so
a local
stupid.
Jewish community
This
in
is so
American
dishonest,
history.
actually.
And you're telling me you can't
This
talk
is so
about the
dishonest.
commutation of Robert Bowers, but I want to
So
tell you that
fucking
I have
dishonest.
read evidence that you made this recommendation. And then also Johar Tsarnaev planted bombs at the 2013
Yeah, it's
Boston
ridiculous.
Marathon, killing 3 and injuring
Also,
hundreds
arguably, life in
in
prison
an
is
act of terrorism.
more of a
And
punishment.
you're telling
If
me
you're
you
about
can't talk
punishment,
about that, but I want you to know that I
you're
have
really all
read
about
evidence that you made this recommendation.
you can make a case
And
for
it seems
life in
pretty,
prison being
I'm
more
going to give
harsh
you
a
a chance to
punishment than
react
life
to it, but it
sentence.
seems pretty obvious that you were fired because the current Justice Department leadership disagreed with how you handled the pardons last administration. You want to respond?
Sir, regarding these cases, these are absolutely horrific cases, and every one of the individuals you mentioned will remain incarcerated for the rest of their lives, most likely in a maximum security prison facility. As far as the reasons for my firing, I've been in litigation with the Justice Department for over a year about my firing, which was plainly illegal. And Mr. Blanche's comments in this room yesterday are the first time I have ever heard the explanation that I was fired because of recommendations I made to the prior administration about how to accomplish their clemency objectives. Mr. Blanche's Justice Department submitted a pleading to the Merit Systems Protection Board that stated that the facts about my firing were not in dispute. The facts, as I have been saying for 1 year plus, are that I was fired within hours of declining to make a recommendation that I believed was very dangerous. And Mr. Blanche's statement yesterday that it was for another reason materialized out of thin air and has never been stated before.
Okay. Mr. Ashcroft, you served this nation with distinction during your tenure as Attorney General. You know what it takes to do the job and to do it well. Based on Mr. Blanche's leadership of the Justice Department during this administration, do you believe he would serve as an effective and capable Attorney General?
Well, I think the statistics and the history tells a story here. Thank you for the question. But Todd Blanche has a heritage and history of involvement in the Justice Department, pursuing the rule of law and enforcing the rule of law, and that extended from his time as an assistant in the office when I was Attorney General 25 years ago, to recent times when his aggressive approach in fighting crime has actually been a part of the effort that's driven down violent crime across the country, and particularly in cases where the department has been welcome to assist and work with local officials. In my home jurisdiction in Southwest Missouri, they had Operation Spring Cleanup, and a number of very important prosecutions were begun at that time, and I think it's a credit to him. I have no doubt that his commitment to maintaining the safety and security of Americans and their rights will be pursued in the pursuit of the rule of law and within the bounds of the Constitution of the United States, which is the framing that I think every American expects, that the Constitution and rule of law of the United States be followed and defended.
Mr. Durbin. Senator Durbin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Boss, breaks my heart to hear the story of you and your loss of your daughter. And I just want to say my heart goes out to you and to your husband. Carrying on for her with your granddaughter is the greatest tribute you can give her, I'm sure. I'm sorry you went through this terrible tragedy. I'm glad you're here today to tell that story. Ms. Pinsky, it's hard to imagine that this government kept publishing your personal information. Did anyone notify them of this breach of privacy?
Yeah, I mean, we notified them immediately back in the first document release, and even before the document release happened, after the Epstein Files Transparency Act passed. Like I said in my testimony, my lawyer teamed up with other lawyers and gave 350 names, and basically every batch that came forward, all the way through basically, I believe it was April, but in the January batch, I was exposed.
So did this happen to any of the others who were present here?
Oh, yes. I mean, I think almost all, yeah. Yes, there were hundreds of victims that were outed and Jane Doe's. And, you know, I do want to speak to just the damages for a moment. You know, we've been receiving threats. We've had loss of jobs. We've had loss of confidentiality and privacy. But there's another piece here, and it's that this idea of withholding information, we're trying to get justice. We have always been trying to seek justice. And we're seeing, if you just even look at New Mexico right now, that the New Mexico AG has attempted 5 times to get the files from Todd Blanche and from this DOJ, and it's obstruction. They are obstructing. So for us, yes, of course, there are so many damages. There are so many things that we are mourning the loss of, including a lot of our innocence and who we were as these young girls. But to still see it be obstructed after 30 years, and this is 5 administrations. We're not saying that this is just this administration. We've been at this fight for
that's
30
actually
years.
bipartisan thing.
So
Epstein
we just really hope that, you know, there's a huge impact as far as
horrible as that sounds,
just releasing information and making sure that it's followed up on.
I can't understand how this Attorney General can find 48 hours to visit with Ghislaine Maxwell, who has been prosecuted for sex trafficking, and can't find 30 minutes to meet with the survivors of that.
Yeah, I can believe it. I definitely can.
It's certainly not for lack of trying. We have tried in every way we know how to try. And then we did hear from him yesterday that he would sit with counsel. And I would say, I think many of us in this room would be interested in meeting with him today if we could.
Many of the members of the committee will remember when we had the Olympic athletes in here who had been sexually abused, and the head of the FBI sat through their entire testimony to show his concern for what had happened to them and any wrongdoing by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. That, to me, was the right thing to do from both sides. Why in the world would Mr. Blanche at this point say he doesn't have the time? I couldn't understand his argument yesterday. He couldn't see you because you had a lawyer, or he couldn't see you because you didn't have a lawyer.
Yeah, I think it was because we had a lawyer. But, you know, I think as a career prosecutor, we talk so much about Todd Blanche's credentials in this room, and we've heard a lot about them. And that's great. But I think as a career prosecutor, he should be salivating by this case, right? This case is, it's gold for somebody that wants to prosecute. There are 6 million files. There are
Yeah.
thousands of victims, and
What
yet all
happened
we've
to him
seen
being
is one
passionate
perpetrator
about
that died
prosecuting
in
violent
prison.
crime?
The other perpetrator is now in a minimum security
Actually,
penitentiary.
what happened
And
to
Todd
that?
Blanche believes that there are 0 investigations when he's already been told by members of the House that that is inaccurate.
What
I'll
happened?
just tell you point blank, I don't think his name should be called on the floor of the United States Senate until he meets with you.
Yeah, I
It's
agree.
not too much to ask. Set aside 2 hours, 4 hours, whatever it takes, so that there's clearly an effort by this government to get all the information
Yes.
and make a judgment as to what to do with it. But to shun you and to snub you at this point, there's something else going on here. There's got to be, someone told me once in politics, there's always a good reason,
Yeah.
and then there's always a real reason. What is the real reason why Todd Blanche does not want to meet with the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein?
It appears from the outside reputational harm, and that is what I think is at the core of this, that
agree.
he prioritizes the reputation of the administration over survivors of sexual abuse and of
I
crime
agree.
survivors in this country.
Well, I hope the message goes out to all senators on both sides of the table.
And I do want to
think
say,
that's pretty
to that
obvious.
end, we've been saying that we're not political. I've
Especially
asked
if
everyone,
in
we've met with a
prosecuting
lot of your
violent crime only
offices
if
on
the
both
criminal is
sides,
brown.
and every
Oh, yeah.
single conversation. Mr. Hawley, we had a great
true.
conversation with your office, right? It was amazing. And
Gets
I feel so
extra
much hope
passionate
leaving
then.
those spaces, actually. And when we had those conversations, it just felt like you see us as human beings. You don't see us like, we have survivors on both sides of the aisle. We are not here to be political. These are just our stories. Like 17-year-old me, I promise you, not political. But so when we have these very real interactions in your offices, we hope that you can put politics aside. It was something so beautiful that we saw during the Epstein Files Transparency Act. There was a moment where Marjorie Taylor Greene went and sat right next to Melanie Stansbury, and that is a moment that will live in my memory forever because they crossed party lines for something that was really important. So I hope that you can all do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just on that note, Ms.
Please,
Biskey,
yeah.
and for everybody who's here, all of the victims, thank you for being here. Thank you for standing up and telling your stories. Ms. Boss, thank you for being here and for telling us about your daughter. I'm sorry for what all of you have been through. So I want to say thank you and honor your voices and honor what you're doing. Ms. Oyer, if I could just turn
Yes,
to
more empty
you.
platter
You were
puts
President
thanks.
Biden's pardon attorney, is that correct?
I was the Justice Department's pardon attorney.
You recommended, you made clemency recommendations to the White House whether or not to pardon inmates, is that correct?
My job was to make clemency recommendations.
And in that capacity, you recommended that the President of the United States, Joe Biden, grant clemency to all 40 federal death row inmates, all of them, clear them out, correct?
Sir, as I told Chairman Grassley, I'm not free to discuss the recommendations.
Well, that's what your memo says. I mean, we have your memo. Your memo of November 4th, 2024 says, and I quote, disparity and undue severity of sentence, which are present in many, if not all of these cases, have been recognized as grounds for clemency. And you went on to recommend in that memo and a series of other memos that are now recorded and public record that the President of the United States grant clemency to murderers, rapists, and the most horrible offenders, all of them. Clear
Okay,
death
but
row
they're still
completely
gonna
out.
send
I'm amazed
they're
you
gonna
called
spend
your.
life in
I'm
prison.
absolutely amazed by it. But let's just talk about the people who you recommended. You talk about honoring victims. The people who you recommended get clemency and live at the expense and sufferance of taxpayers for the rest of their lives. Let's start with Dylan Roof. Dylan was a neo-Nazi who murdered 9 African-American worshipers at a Bible study in Charleston, South Carolina, 2015. Do you remember this case?
I do remember it very well.
I would hope you did. Here's his victims. You want to look at them? There they are. 9 of them at a Bible study in a church. Killed in cold blood. The DOJ knew from day one that he had decided, I'm going to quote from the prosecutors, decided to attack African Americans because of their race. He further decided to attack African American worshipers in a black church in order to make his attack more notorious.
What does that have to do with?
And yet you recommended that he be granted clemency, live at the expense of taxpayers for the rest of his life, substitute your judgment for that of the American judicial system. Do you stand by that recommendation today?
Sir, I'm not going to comment on the recommendations that I made, but I can tell you that Mr. Roof is going to die in prison as...
Oh, he's going to live in prison for a very long time because of you. because of your recommendations. And here's what you said in your memo of October 30th, 2024. You said that actually Roof is not a compelling candidate for clemency, but you recommended it anyway. Why? Because he suffered from anxiety, you said. Right? He suffered from anxiety. Did it ever occur to you that maybe the family of his victims might suffer a little bit of anxiety because he marched into their church and murdered them in cold blood because he was an incredible racist and he wanted to get on TV?
Sir.
Do you regret it?
I'm not going to comment on the
Do
recommendations
you regret it?
that I made to the president.
Let's talk about Robert Bowers, a man who regularly spewed such vile hatred of Jews. It's unlike anything I've ever seen. He barged into a Pittsburgh synagogue in 2018 and he shot everybody he could find, killing 11 innocent people who were there to worship. A federal jury in Pittsburgh unanimously recommended the death sentence after finding him guilty on 63 counts. Here they are. They're his victims. Take a good look. You recommended clemency for this person who went in and killed these people just because they're Jews. The other guy killed people just because they're black. This guy killed people just because they're Jews. A jury recommended that he be sentenced to death, and you substituted your judgment for theirs, and now he's going to live. Are you proud of that?
Sir, what I am proud of is the fact that I took my job as pardon attorney extremely seriously.
Apparently not seriously enough. You certainly didn't take the victims seriously. Then there's Jorge Avila Torres, who wasn't just a murderer. He was a serial killer and a rapist.
Sir,
Here is who he assaulted and killed. He sexually assaulted and killed 8-year-old Laura Hobbs and 9-year-old Crystal Tobias in a Chicago suburb in 2005. And then 4 years after that, he committed another murder. He slaughtered a fellow service member, Navy Petty Officer Amanda Snell, in 2009 while she was in her barracks. That's what he did.
Okay.
And you recommended clemency for this individual, and now he'll live his life at the expense of taxpayers because you substituted your judgment for that of the American judicial system, jury, judges, the whole lot, and yet you're here to tell us that you're somehow a victim? I don't think so, Ms. Oyer. I think your judgment is astoundingly terrible. I'm amazed that this side of the aisle has called you, and I just asked my friends on this side of the aisle, do you agree with this?
I'm against the death sentence,
is this what
so
you
I
want? Do you want these people to be pardoned and live at the expense of taxpayers for their whole lives? Do you want to excuse the murders of African American
Again, you could make even a case if you really about punishment that
of Jews in their
living in
synagogues? Do you
prison
want to
is a
excuse
work
the murders of these children? Because that's what she did, and
punishment
now
than
she's
just being
online
allowed to die.
hawking products to try to make money off of it.
And
I see
it'll
you've got
end.
your own website where you put your face on baseball caps and mugs, thelawyeroyer.com. You're trying to make money on this?
Sir,
This is unbelievable, Ms. Oyer, and yet you say you're a victim? These are the victims, and you helped victimize them. And what you're doing is wrong. I hope every member on this side of the aisle will repudiate what you have done and what you stand for. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sir, I assume that your
It's
questions
for life instead of
directed
death
at me
and
were
clemency. Yeah,
rhetorical
exactly.
and that you're giving...
They're not
Just
rhetorical
say,
at
I'm not
all.
Google,
I
actually,
asked
it
you to
counts as
respond, and you said
clemency.
you wouldn't. So what I did is I read to you what you have said. I quoted verbatim, and I'm happy to keep doing it. In fact, I'd ask now, Mr. Chairman, that this report, Restoring and Strengthening the Federal Death Penalty Report, be entered into the record. It contains information regarding Ms. Oyer, her recommendations, and the track record of all of it. The written records are here. I asked to be entered into the record.
It'll be.
It's a specific type of clemency known as commutation. Commutation does not erase the conviction or forgive the crime, but it permanently
Thank you,
reduces
Chairman
the
Grassley.
severity of the punishment.
Under President Biden, just like under President Trump, had a job to do, which was to make recommendations to the president about how to best accomplish their clemency objectives.
This is so
put the
dishonest, by the way.
utmost effort into doing
say
that in
that
a way that was consistent with the interests of the
exchanging
justice
death
system
penalty
and all of its
for
stakeholders, which
life in
includes
prison is
crime
the same
victims,
as what Trump
as
did,
well
which
as
is to
defendants, as
allow
well as
people to
family
just go
members,
free.
as well as judges, as well as prosecutors. all criminal justice system
Yeah.
stakeholders. The process that I
I mean,
presided
depending
over
on how you
was
look at it,
one that
to life
was
in prison
beyond
could be seen
reproach.
as worse
What's
than
happening
death
now
with
with
the penalty,
clemency
because
is an
once you die, it's
absolute
over. Your
disgrace.
punishment
And
as
I'm
well
sorry
is
that I
over.
can't answer the
Everything
questions
is
about
over.
the specific
And if you're
recommendations in this
life in
public
prison,
setting,
then
but I would
you're
be glad
just
to
your
meet with any members of
punishment
this committee
continues
who have
forever
concerns
till you
privately
die.
to discuss to the extent I
Right?
can what your
Privately, why
concerns
don't
are.
you
It all
meet with the
depends on how you
victims'
look at it.
families? Here's the disgrace.
Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Ashcroft, welcome back to the Senate. You knew Jim Comey?
Pardon me. Yes, indeed, I did.
You trusted him?
He was the Deputy Attorney General as well as the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York.
You trusted him with the top job in your
I
department?
asked him to help administer justice at the Department of Justice.
Yeah. You respected him?
Yes, I
Only
did.
she cannot defend herself, as I understand it.
Do you
She said
have-
she
Can you vouch
refuses
for
to talk about
this
it because she
department's
cannot, right?
prosecution of him
As I understand it,
for
she's
lying
not
to
really able
Congress
to
or
defend herself.
for the process?
She's not at
that
liberty
was
to talk
performed?
about it.
I'm not in a position, I don't know all the facts. I'm not in a position to comment on pending investigations or prosecutions.
Can you vouch for this department's prosecution of him for posting a picture of the numbers 8647 or the process that led to that?
My response would certainly have to be the same as it is for any prosecution. I'm not a part of the department now. I'm not fully informed of its factual basis or for the considerations it's made in bringing prosecutions.
What are your views today of Mr. Comey's character and merits?
I'm not going to start to discuss the character and merits of individuals, especially those who are standing in a position of responding to charges from the Justice Department. I can respond to what I believed during the time I served as Attorney General and when he served with me, and his service to me and I believe to the United States at that time was commendable and honorable.
What is OPR in the Department of Justice?
I believe it's Office of Professional Responsibility.
Yeah, and what is its role?
Its role is to encourage individuals in the department to act in compliance with and in conformity with the rules of ethics and responsibility.
And did you respect the role of the Office of Professional Responsibility when you were Attorney General?
I certainly did. I hope that they would advise me properly to keep me out of trouble.
If the Office of Professional Responsibility were functionally disabled by an administration in the Department of Justice, what message would that send to the line prosecutors?
I'm not in a position to comment on a hypothetical of disabling. And when you say functionally disabled, I think that requires an assumption of what does functionally disabled mean. I personally, it's a hypothetical to which I just am unable to respond.
But you do agree that OPR does an important job and has an important role and is important to the Department of Justice in the performance of its duties?
I certainly respected the department's operation, including OPR, at the time of my opportunity to serve as Attorney General of the United States.
While you were Attorney General, were there procedures that took place when judicial findings of prosecutorial misconduct or dishonesty occurred?
I have to say, I don't remember charges of prosecutorial misconduct that I dealt with.
Yeah, they were pretty scarce until now.
Interesting.
It was pretty unusual to have judges say that arguments were made in bad faith, that arguments were made as pretexts, that arguments were disingenuous, that arguments were shoddy or terrible, that the department was losing or sacrificing its credibility, that the department was disrespecting orders of the court, that the department had lied or was engaged in sham, that there was willful and intentional noncompliance or willful disregard of court orders, that department lawyers were contemptuous or that their behavior and arguments were unconscionable. To me, those are red flag words. I was a United States attorney, and if my federal court had used those words about my line attorneys, there would have been some follow-up. And I expect that in your department, if those kind of words were used, there'd at least be some preliminary follow-up, and if it were serious, there might actually be a review by the Office of Professional Responsibility. Does that sound like what likely would have happened during your day?
I was only admonished at one time that I remember by a court for having commented on evidence. I thought it was pretty good evidence. I think I just said pretty good evidence. And
yeah, I didn't mean you.
Time,
I meant your line prosecutors.
At that time, I decided that I needed to be more careful about my remarks.
Yeah. No, my question.
My remarks were safeguarded and carefully made.
Yeah.
And frankly, I might add more carefully made than the remarks of some of the judicial officers who have been, who while very concerned about the Justice Department, seem to be willing to themselves engage in political considerations, which I didn't think were appropriate for the judiciary. So maybe there's a problem that's broader than we would otherwise recognize.
Well, you've changed the topic a little bit to your own comments and the response to that, which is fine. I appreciate that you've said that. But my question had to do with when criticisms like that are leveled against department lawyers, there is ordinarily some kind of a process or review that takes place. They're not just brushed off. That is correct, is it not?
It's certainly the reason that the Office of Professional Responsibility exists, to safeguard against things that are not responsibly done or undertaken in a way that discredits the department. Public confidence in the department is very important.
Indeed.
And the rule of law, guided by the Constitution, is at the foundation of our safeguarding liberties. And I take that seriously. I believe that with all my heart when I served, and I believe it today.
Thank you, sir.
Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First and most importantly, I want to thank all the victims who are here for your courage to come forward. This is not easy to do, to relive everything. So thank you for being here and telling your stories. Ms. Oyer, I want to turn to you. You were Biden's pardon attorney, and I want to make sure I'm clear. Your testimony here today is that you were fired because you wouldn't recommend restoring Mel Gibson's gun rights. Is that right?
I was fired just hours after I declined to make that recommendation.
Okay, you can't think of another reason why you might have been fired.
That's the only explanation that I am aware of. The Justice Department actually put in a pleading that was submitted in my appeal of my firing the fact that the facts of my firing are not in dispute.
On November, and you talked about you're concerned about public safety. On November 4th, 2024, you authored a 73-page memorandum recommending the commutation of all 40 federal death sentences. Isn't that correct?
Well, as I've told two members
I know.
now,
but don't play the game with me, because it's not. What? They've waived executive privilege. I have the report right here. It's dated April 24th, 2026. It's actually, your memo is quoted in here. It's public knowledge. And the idea that you would come here, you know that already, you would come here and disparage somebody else and not be willing to answer questions about how you commuted the sentences of murderers is ridiculous. I can't believe that you're here to do that.
I don't have the authority to commute.
Do you deny it? Do you deny that you authored the memo?
I'm not sure which memo you're referring to.
I'm referring to the November 4th, 2024 73-page memo. Do you deny authoring it?
I can't say without having
It's ridiculous. I can't believe you did. You did, and everybody in America and in the world can pull it up. So it's a ridiculous.
Like a document. That looks like a document that has DOJ's logo on the cover.
Yeah, and it quotes your letter. It quotes your letter.
I don't know.
You're losing credit. You should just admit it. You should just admit you authored it. Everybody knows you authored it. So I'm not going to waste any more time on your your convenient little game you're playing here. You also authored and recommended the commutation of the Boston Marathon bomber, the Tree of Life synagogue murderer, and Dylan Roof. We all know this. How many pages of the 73 pages did you dedicate to victims? Because you expressed your concern over victims. How many pages were dedicated to the victims?
Sir, I don't have the memo.
I can tell you
referring
three.
to in front of me.
3 pages. 3 pages were dedicated to the victims. So I also happen to have, I made a special access request last year under the Presidential Records Act for documents from the Biden White House on the abuse of pardons and commutations. We recently got those documents. I want to show you a couple. Here's one. It's dated December 3rd, 2024, and it's an internal memo on the commutation of the 37 death sentences that you were involved with. The memorandum states that the White House worked with reporters to, quote, ensure positive coverage. It says the White House gave advocates, the elected officials, resources and key messaging to amplify the news. You personally recommended commuting all 40 death sentence cases, an even broader action than Biden took. Again, that included Dylan Roof, the Boston Marathon bomber, the Tree of Life synagogue shooter. Did you know that the White House was using your recommendations as a PR stunt?
Sir, I have no idea what document you're referring to currently.
Well, let me just ask you in general, did you know that they were planning to message around your commutation?
Sir, I was not an employee of the White House.
Okay, I'll
didn't
take
work-
that as a no. I'll take that as a no, but they used your ridiculous recommendation as a veneer of legitimacy. Document 2.
I was called here to talk about Mr. Blanche's nomination.
Yeah, I
for
know that's what
Attorney
you thought
General.
came here to talk about. But the reality is your credibility is gone. You can't come here and do the political bidding of the Biden administration. And then when you're called out on that and being fired, and thank God you're being fired. You know what I really think? I think you thought you came here and you're selling merch, by the way. Do we have the hoodies that are up for sale? You sell merch. Let's show the hoodies.
Okay.
I think you came here thinking that you were going to be ordained the high priestess of the resistance.
What the fuck?
That's what I think. That's why you're denying simple facts that you authored the memo commuting the sentences.
I mean, she
Everyone
didn't
knows
deny.
that. And we have documents now from the White House that they use that memo as a PR stunt. And so the idea, you have no credibility to talk about Todd Blanche. You have none. You've come here, you deny basic facts, you recommended the commutation of murderers. You gave no quarter at all or any time to the victims of these brutal murders. So again, I can't believe you've been called here by the other side, but I'm glad we've had an opportunity to expose your hypocrisy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
What am I supposed to make of this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Like, I'm against the
Thank all
death
the
sentence.
witnesses
This appeal just
As
falls
a
flat to me.
continuation of the confirmation process for Mr. Blanche, we are here to determine whether or not Mr. Blanche, who continues to be President Trump's lawyer and all that implies, should be the Attorney General of the United States of America, who is supposed to be defending the Constitution, not the President. Ms. Bensky, thank you so much for being here and for all of the other Epstein victims. Mr. Blanche was asked whether he would meet with you, and because we knew that he had refused basically to meet with the victims of the Epstein crimes. And he offered apparently yesterday, and he made some excuses about it not being appropriate for him to meet with the victims directly. Why, I do not know.
Understand, yeah.
But he offered up a staff person, and I understand that a staff person from his office contacted you and others, and offered to meet with your counsel. Is that correct? Not with you directly.
I am not aware of a staffer reaching out. I can ask, but we have not heard from a staffer. No, we have not heard from a staffer in the last
Okay,
week.
let's get that clarified. Did I misunderstand that, in fact, yesterday, when he said, I have a staff person here and we can get this done today,
Yeah,
that they have not contacted you?
they have not contacted us, no.
He also said that it would not be appropriate for him to meet directly with you. So
We don't understand.
not only is his staff not Have they not contacted you, as he indicated yesterday, that this could all happen yesterday? He continues to make excuses, as far as I can tell, for not meeting with you, in spite of the fact that he met for hours with Ms. Maxwell. Why is it so important? Can you tell us once again, why is it so important for you and the other victims of Epstein's crimes to meet with Mr. Blanche personally?
Thank you for the question. I think that if a victim comes and reports a crime in the FBI, what is the first thing that they do? They follow up. Like Law and Order SVU taught me that when I was 15 years old. The DOJ has never followed up in 30 years with any of us. There is a lot in the files right now that you should be investigating and looking into. And to my knowledge, I mean, they can answer this too, but we have never been approached by anybody on the prosecutorial side of things. So I do think like sitting down, telling our stories and explaining like the people that were in the room, right? We were witnesses of crimes. We had crimes committed to us directly. We do have a lot of information, and you would think that somebody would take that lead that's already in, like we already went to the FBI because that we wouldn't have 302s if we hadn't have gone to the FBI. It's already there, right? So the following up of those 302s, and then once it's supposed to be handled by the Department of Justice, why aren't we hearing from prosecutors? This case was never handled correctly from the beginning.
And he also made some excuses as to why personal information was not redacted in exposing many of you, including you. And
I think something that stood out yesterday was that he had said that immediately when things were misredacted, that they were taken down and they fixed them, and within 24 hours they were put back up. That is entirely not true. There are still things that need to be redacted, and there's still survivor information in there even today from my awareness. My information just came down in April, and that was after begging.
Would you say that Mr. Blanche exhibits a rather dismissive attitude toward...
All right. I have to finish stream now because I've been streaming for a long time and I haven't eaten anything, so I have to go and eat. Thank you. On this horrible note. On this horrible note, thank you very much. All right. Thanks. This was not nice. We'll see you. We'll see you soon, okay? Thank you. I'll raid you. Don't worry. I'll raid you into somebody I will appreciate your love. Okay. Bye-bye. Thank you.